We were live streaming maybe 5 hours ago answering questions. We are back. I'm going to try to answer as many of your questions as we possibly can. And we actually have some pretty positive injury news that came out overnight. So let's dive into it all. Obviously, we need to update our rankings on the site with this news. But first thing is, Travis Etienne is a long shot for week 8. Now, I know you're going to say, well, Mason, how is this positive news? Well, the thing is, nobody was considering starting Travis Etienne regardless. So now that Etienne is a long shot for week 8, this does make my second most drafted running back on Underdog in Tank Bigsby a viable start. I am excited about it selfishly for my best ball teams. And I think we get an extra starter. Whereas before, if Bigsby and Etienne were both playing, they're probably going to split the backfield. Probably not super excited about either or. But now we can go ahead. Now we can move Etienne down pretty confidently. We can go ahead and move, take Bigsby up as well. If I was looking at where I'd start Bigsby, it's a tougher matchup going up against the Packers. Obviously, we know, regardless of if Etienne's playing or not, it's not like Bigsby's going to have a massive role as a receiver here. It's a tough matchup going up against the Packers. I believe they are 3.5, 4-point dogs. But regardless of that, if we are looking at Bigsby versus some of these other names like Tyrone Tracy, that's in a much worse offense and a much worse matchup. Alexander Madison, who's in a much worse offense, in a much worse matchup. Rico Dowdle, who's in a much worse matchup. I don't want to say much worse, but a worse matchup. And at the same time, we just simply don't know what the split's going to be like. Ramondre Stevenson, worse offense. We don't know what the split's going to be like. Nick Chubb, worse offense. Also not going to catch the ball. Najee Harris is about the range I think you would look at. I think we would move Bigsby up to about RB27. Right behind guys like Chase Brown, Rashad White, Chuba Hubbard. Keep in mind this is for a full PPR league. Obviously, if you were going to be playing in a non-PPR or even a half PPR format, which is what Underdog is, which is where I have all my Tank Bigsby teams, Bigsby would be higher than this, but the man, I believe, has 2 receptions so far this season. We are in week 8, so that is going to cap his floor-ceiling combo quite a bit there. But yeah, Etienne being a long shot to play is honestly a little bit of a surprise for me, where you go back and see that Travis Etienne was practicing in full on Thursday. This is a surprise to me. Shefty says signs point towards Jaden Daniels being good to go for week 8. Well, means we got to rank Jaden Daniels now. Maybe they're a little bit more scared of Daniels, knowing that he's dealing with the rib. So maybe he runs the ball a little bit less than normal. Honestly, I think you could consider putting Jordan Love ahead of him, just given Jordan Love's going to have more passing volume. Jordan Love has a great matchup against Jacksonville. But still, with that being said, I mean, Jaden Daniels going out there consistently being a top 3 quarterback in fantasy, I think you're already kind of ranking him at 4 with some hesitation due to the injury, is baking in a little bit of a lower rushing rate. George Kittle is expected to play week 8. Great news. I think Kittle is tight end 1. Obviously, assuming that Kittle is good to go, but I mean, if Kittle's good to go, you have a banged up Debo. Brandon Ayuk is out. Juwan Jennings is out. Kittle's already been the tight end 1 from a points per game perspective. Now he could potentially have even more targets. So I think you need to go through. If you got Kittle, I'm planning on playing him. Nico Collins on track to return week 10. That was expectation. Nothing has changed. Zay Flowers expected to play week 8. I'm not super excited about Zay Flowers. We already have him at 25 in our ranks, right behind guys like Lockett, Pickens, Harrison. I mean, we actually probably need to move Pickens ahead of Harrison for this week. But anyway, if you are looking at Flowers, this is a receiver that is very much going to be an up or down option. Where some of these weeks, the target volume will be there and he looks great. In other weeks, it may be a little bit of a tougher situation in which they aren't going to be able to go through and easily see the passing volume here in Baltimore, where the Ravens, we know they want to run the ball over and over and over again. And yeah, I think this is maybe one of those weeks against Cleveland where you're effectively 10-point favorites, where I think that there's a good shot that you just see the Baltimore Ravens be able to establish the run and run it over and over and over again, limit the passing volume for Zay Flowers. Flowers obviously still banged up with the ankle, so I'd be hesitant to play him. Tyreek Hill is expected to play in week 8. So looking at this, we have Tyreek Hill ranked at 4 in our ranks this week. With the foot injury, I wouldn't fault you if you wanted to move Tyreek behind Lamb. Do they have a Tyreek pick out? They have Tyreek higher, lower, 80.5 total yards. Lamb, 80.5 total yards. So I still think we put Tyreek possibly at 4. And dear God, if Lamb's down at 80.5, where's A.J. Brown? Do we have to move Brown ahead of Lamb? No, we don't. But yeah, I'd still put Tyreek Hill at 4 in the rankings this week. I understand that it sucks that the second that we get Tua back, now you have to possibly be concerned about a Tyreek Hill injury. But from what I can tell, he's going to be just fine. Ladd McConkey, hip, expected to play. Obviously, the Chargers are dealing with some injuries with the depth at their wide receiver position. I have Ladd McConkey here ranked at wide receiver 32. I think that these are like the borderline flex starts. And I forgot, we have to move up Terry now that you actually have Daniels trending towards playing. We would probably move Terry McLaurin up to about wide receiver 22 in the ranks. Actually, I'd rather have him ahead of Higgins, even if Higgins does play at this point. I'd rather have him ahead of JSN, even if you have no DK Metcalf. Like I said, with Daniels with the rib injury, I don't necessarily think that we project him out to be 100% right this second. But knowing that he is playing, it's definitely a boost to the offense and a boost to Terry McLaurin himself. Ladd McConkey, like we said, just a borderline flex play. Deebo Samuel expected to play week 8. So with Deebo, right now we have him ranked at like wide receiver 11 in our ranks. If you told me, Mason, Deebo Samuel is 100% good to go, like we know without hesitation that Deebo Samuel is not going to be limited in any way with the pneumonia, that at the end of the day, this is a receiver that is the number one locked and loaded option in an offense with no Ayuk, with no Jennings for Brock Purdy. I think you can make a pretty strong argument to go ahead and move Deebo Samuel ahead of Neighbors with how bad his matchup is, to move Deebo Samuel ahead of Stephon Diggs, maybe up in the Drake London range. But I do think that you are a little hesitant with Deebo. Not really, at least for me, I don't fully understand the extent of how the pneumonia is going to affect him. DK Metcalf is not going to play. I'd be very surprised if that does happen. T. Higgins has a real chance to miss week 8. So we already updated this. It is nice that there's no London game, so it's not like we have to be going through and trying to guess on if he's going to play or not. It's a 1 p.m. game. You're going to have all the information that you need. So how it stands now, we have T. Higgins at 22 in the ranks. I think that you do have to place a slight, honestly, I would move Higgins even a little bit lower than this. Because the thing is with Higgins, we've seen this story play out before. He's one of the very few players that has done this for multiple weeks in the past, where we are told, yeah, Higgins is questionable. He may not play. He ends up playing, and then he plays 1 to 2 snaps, and you don't see him the rest of the game. So if I was going to be playing Higgins, I think I'd put him ahead of like Flowers, the other banged up guy. Tank Dell, somebody who just gave you a goose egg. Xavier Worthy, low floor. Mooney, up and down. Olave, garbage quarterback play. Lad McConkey, borderline flexo. But if you were looking at somebody like, say, Terry McLaurin at this point, I think it would be a very difficult spot to go through and play a banged up Higgins over McLaurin, who now is getting Jaden Daniels good to go. And then we already talked about everything else last night. Obviously, as we get more injury news, we will go through and we will update these rankings. One thing that I kind of want to do is update the rest of season rankings, however, where we had Jaden Daniels moved behind Josh Allen with the injury. I think you moved Daniels back to 3 now that it sounds like he is going to be good to go. Going over to wide receiver, I think we maybe push up Terry McLaurin a bit in these ranks. Maybe with the Higgins quad, we move Higgins down behind Amari and McLaurin. I don't necessarily think that there's anything else that updates the rest of season rankings here in particular. Maybe we move Deebo Samuel up, knowing that Deebo Samuel is going to play this week, so he should be 100% good to go in the long term. I'd rather have Deebo over Wilson with the Puka injury. Is there anything else that we need to update for rest of season here? Maybe we push Bigsby up a little bit more with this ETN injury lasting longer than expected. Or honestly, I'm just going to move ETN down. And then we move ETN behind guys like Ramondre and Tyrone Tracy. Obviously, nothing major in terms of the rest of season rankings. Just based off what we have for right this second, I don't think it's going to be a big deal one way or another. Now, this is what we are all thinking here. Gabe in the Bay says, thank God you're live. It's 5 a.m. right now. Yeah. Thank God we're live. God knows what you'd be doing in this fine morning without us here, but we're here together. I'm going to try my best to absolutely power this through. And all I ask from you is, if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. Obviously, we are live streaming for 5+ hours every single day, trying to answer as many of your questions as we possibly can. Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to hit that like button, I would kindly ask that you do it today. It does help us out a ton. We are going to bounce back and forth for the next 5 hours between questions in the free chat and guaranteed questions on the site. You can tell right now, I think we maybe had one more come in at the beginning of this live stream. That's not loaded up. So I think we have 3 questions in the queue on the site. So if you wanted to get a question in, if you wanted to get a team review, whatever you wanted, it would be answered immediately over there on flogfantasy.com. You can go through the link in the live chat that says ask a question here. Or you can go over and you can hit the expert advice button in the top right corner. There you can send a super message, a start set question, a trade question, or you get a full-blown team review. Now, if you wanted that full-blown team review, I would highly recommend taking advantage of the offer that we have over on Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you're going to be getting a free Dak Prescott pick for tonight's game, more than less than half a total yard. If you're new to Underdog Fantasy, you're going to get a free team review as well. Just make sure you set up an account on flogfantasy.com with the same email address so I can hook you up with that. And also, you're going to get that free Malik Neighbors pick, more than less than half a total yard as well, for the game on Monday night. So get 2 free picks, the free team review, and the 50% deposit bonus. If you just wanted if you want the free team review though, just make sure you set up an account on flogfantasy.com with the same email address to your Underdog account so I know who to hook up. Now let's answer the questions that we have on the site. Then we can go over and we can get to what we have with the questions in the live chat. But Z Hoover coming out says, got Cook for JM and Kraft. Can somebody please let me know who JM is? Which receiver between and which quarterback? Let's just go through and look at this. We're definitely playing Jaden Daniels. Daniels good to go. Absolutely no hesitation here whatsoever. Going down to wide receiver, Daniels good to go. Obviously, this makes Terry more exciting. But with that being said as well, Deebo Samuel's, we've been told he is good to go. I think with Deebo, you have no Jennings, you have no Ayuk. He was already a better option from a points per game perspective anyway. So unless you're really concerned about what you have with the pneumonia, I think you go ahead and you play Deebo Samuel. It looks like nobody in the chat can tell me who JM is. So I'll say, love trading for James Cook. Running back with the receiving role, red zone role, in a great offense. The exact kind of profile that you're wanting. Tucker Kraft, clearly we didn't need. We had Cade Otton off the waiver wire. You can make an argument Otton over Kraft. Oh, it's Jalen McMillan. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. Then, yeah, I think that is a phenomenal trade for James Cook, or even if it's Jordan Mason. Great trade. You're lucky. We get Jaden Daniels in. That boosts up Brian Robinson. And, yeah, I think you also start Deebo Samuel. Now, C. Dunn coming out says, greatest 14-team squad ever. Do we package for an upgrade? So obviously, typically in a 14-team format, you can make an argument, oh, okay, well, you're in a situation in which you are a little more incentivized to build around depth than you are to make 2-for-1 deals to upgrade inside the starting lineup. Ultimately, it's going to be a worse waiver wire. So when you make that 2-for-1 deal and pick up an additional asset there, the backfill option that you have is not going to be nearly as appealing. However, if you are sitting here and we have Jonathan Taylor as a potential viable option, you go ahead and you take JT. Right now, at running back, we have Kenneth Walker, Jonathan Brooks, Bucky Irving. Wide receiver, we have London, Chase, Waddle, Tyreek. Yeah, so this team is freaking nuts for a 14-team format. Go ahead and take Jonathan Taylor, even though typically in a 14-team league, we're not needing to go through and make those 2-for-1 deals as badly. Now, let me refresh, see if we have any more questions on the site. Then we'll bounce to some free questions in the chat. We have 2 more coming in. Dante Brown, always happy to see you. Here at wide receiver, we are going to go ahead and we are going to play Deebo that he is cleared. Zay Flowers has been ruled good to go. If Flowers and Higgins are both cleared, though, I probably will go ahead and I'll take Higgins over Flowers. Both players you potentially have to be a little bit concerned are banged up. I think that we can more so comfortably project the passing volume in Cincinnati, given the matchup that they have, versus what you have with the Ravens, where you could just see them run the ball over and over and over again. See, I think we're going to go ahead. We're going to go Higgins. And then over there at tight end, I would go Cade Otton over Tucker Kraft. I think Cade Otton's like a must-start tight end pretty much every single week going into the future with no Evans and no Godwin. I think the target volume should be great and kind of an easy play here. Now, Kay Soliner, always happy to see us, says 7-0. Congrats. Just made some trades. Pickens and Kirk for Rome. Nico. This is... Wait, we traded Mason and Pickens for Kirk and... No. Mason, Pickens, Kirk for Rome and Nico Collins. Love it on a 7-0 team. And we got ETN on it. Wondering about Rome. God bless. God bless, my friend. With Rome Odunze, I'm definitely viewing him as that high upside play rest of season. Flash early in the year. The issue, of course, is it's not like you're in a situation in which you are getting a ridiculous amount of targets where he is the clear wide receiver 2 in this offense. It's not really the case at all here, sadly. I mean, you do have the argument for Keenan Allen. DJ Moore is still the wide receiver 1. So I'm not starting Rome Odunze anytime soon. Like, I actually do think that you bench Sutton here despite how good the matchup is. Not that we want to play Rome instead, but because we have Tracy, and we can say, yeah, it's a garbage matchup for Tracy, garbage offense for Tracy, but at least you have the guaranteed touches, where I think the Broncos offense will be so much better than the Giants offense this week. But even with that being said, I mean, we had a game in which you had 30 points dropped for the Broncos last week. And what did you get from Sutton? Nothing. Nothing at all. So I think Tracy can get there with hopefully a touchdown. Looks like touchdowns will probably be hard to come by in this offense, though. So definitely not a spot where I want to play Tracy. I just think it's a very difficult situation to go through and play somebody like Sutton, who even in a game environment where you can get 30 points scored from the Denver Broncos, he may give you absolutely nothing. So I'm going to go through. I'll play Tracy instead of him. Definitely playing Rome. And we just have the full-blown Packers onslaught here with Rome Odunze, Tucker Kraft, as well as Jaden Reed. And I would look for another quarterback off the waiver wire over A-Rich if you can. I'm not going to fault you at all if you want to say A-Rich still has rushing upside. I want to roster him and maybe he can turn this ship around. Like, I did not drop Anthony Richardson in the Flock League. I'm probably going to play Purdy over him instead, though, this week. But for you to play A-Rich with how bad he's looked, I think would be extremely aggressive. And I would look to pivot off that if we could. Now, let me refresh, see if we have any more questions on the site. And we do. Castillo says, start Dowdle, Rome, Mostert in the flex with Johnson out. And start Kyler or Daniels. Appreciate you, my guy. Much love. Here, I definitely think you go with Daniels over Kyler. I mean, the thing is, obviously, it'd be different if the only reason that Daniels was getting there was the rushing volume. But Daniels is also getting there large part due to the fact that he's just been a significantly better pass catcher than what you have with, not pass catcher, thrower than what you have with Kyler Murray. The passing volume's been there. So I'm a lot more confident with Daniels over Kyler for a multitude of reasons. And looking at Dowdle, Rome, Mostert in the flex spot, not excited about it. I think we will go with Dowdle. You do have some inherent risk here with Dowdle now that you have Dalvin Cook being elevated. There's an outside chance that Dalvin Cook comes in. He sees 30% of these touches. But also there's the outside chance that Dalvin Cook comes in and he gets the Ezekiel Elliott treatment, right? And he just takes the Zeke usage and Dowdle looks safe. So I'm not thinking, Dowdle is somebody that you just absolutely need to bench. You have to get away from him ASAP. I think that he's still most likely the starting running back here. Rome Odunze, Raheem Mostert, also very questionable roles. And we haven't seen the consistency that you've had from somebody like Dowdle so far this season. Now, Diego coming out, it's a trade where we're sending Neighbors for A.J. Brown, and we're essentially paying DeAndre Hopkins to get it done. I would go with A.J. Brown, better offense, already through the bye week, so you're getting an extra week out of him rest of season as well. For me, just to let you know how I view this trade, though, obviously if you view Geno Smith as like a fundamental piece here, maybe it's a little bit different. I view Geno Smith kind of the same way that I would a bunch of these other waiver wire streaming quarterbacks, where we're not necessarily in a situation in which we need to go through and put Geno in a range of must-start options every single week, regardless of the matchup, especially with the Metcalf injury and the fact that you have the bye week in week 10. I could very easily see a world in which you decide to go through and you decide to actually drop Geno. So with that in mind, I think that you can just go ahead and you can just take the A.J. Brown side. Like I said, I do see a pretty fundamental difference as well between what you have here with A.J. Brown and Malik Neighbors based off the respective offenses that they are in. And also you get the extra game from A.J. Brown rest of season. But let's move this over and let's try to answer as many questions in the chat as we can. And I do want to remind y'all, please, if you have not done so already, hit that like button on this live stream. We're going to be live for about 5 hours today, as we are every day, trying to answer as many questions as we possibly can. But again, Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you were ever going to go down there and hit that like button, I would ask if you could do it today. We have Ravai coming out and says, Ladd McConkey or Chase Brown in the flex in a full PPR format. For me, looking at this, with Ladd McConkey, obviously it's exciting that he's good to go, especially if you have him in some best ball leagues. But still at the same time, realistically speaking, we actually finally had the game that you wanted from Justin Herbert last week, where he had over 300 passing yards. And what did that lead to? That led to Ladd McConkey barely getting there with about 9 fantasy points. What happens if all of a sudden we see some regression in this offense, where instead you actually get maybe 200 passing yards for Justin Herbert, similar to what we had at the beginning of the season when this team, I mean, we know they want to run the ball. The question is just, can they run the ball over and over and over again? Chase Brown, starting running back. Great offense. We've had a bunch of 20-point weeks. I think it's kind of an easy spot to take Chase Brown. Tyson says Ramondre or Bigsby in a full PPR format. So this is operating under the assumption that we have no Travis Etienne. Maybe we get a surprise. Maybe Etienne does end up playing. But for now, with no Travis Etienne here, I think you kind of have to go with Tank Bigsby. Where obviously you'll probably get more receiving usage from Ramondre Stevenson. But Ramondre is going to be in a worse offense in a tough matchup against the Jets. You will see JaMychal Hasty get involved. You will see possibly Antonio Gibson get involved. So ultimately, you're looking at Ramondre possibly in a 3-man running back by committee in a worse offense. So I have Ramondre in the Flock League, and I would absolutely love to pivot over to Tank Bigsby if I had him. I think you'd go Bigsby for sure. PJ Nasty says Cup or Nico rest of season. I'll show you where we have him in our rest of season ranks here. And I can show you where the expert average is as well. Obviously, the expert average on the site over there is free for y'all whenever y'all want to look at it. But right now, the expert average does have Cup 2 slots ahead of Nico Collins. Nico, wide receiver 11 rest of season. Cup, wide receiver 9. If you look at my rankings in particular, you'll see that I have them ranked back to back. I have Cup at 10, Nico at 11. The thing with Cup is not only do you get the extra, Nico, you still have 2 weeks on the IR, but also Nico, you still have the bye week in week 14 as well. So you get a bunch of extra games for Cup over Nico. Now, obviously, if you wanted to say, well, Mason, I'm 7-0. Mason, I'm 6-1. I'm just thinking for the fantasy football playoffs. Then obviously at that point, you could make an argument. Oh, okay, just go ahead. Just take Nico Collins there. But operating under the assumption that we are just a normal 4-3 team, even if we expect Nico to have a better points per game than Cup rest of season, probably a tough spot to go through and not take Cup over him for now in the rest of season ranks, understanding that you're going to get the extra games played. Matthew says, Bo Nix or Patrick Mahomes. Now, I don't think this is the worst question in the world, given how good the matchup is for Bo Nix here. Where if you go through and if you look at what sportsbooks are projecting at the moment, you do have, I want to say, a top 5 projection here. I can go ahead and pull up exactly what we should look to expect with the updated implied team totals. But Carolina is going to be great. I'm sorry. Denver's going to be great because they get to play the bum Carolina Panthers. Like, you can go through and look at this, and dear God. One thing that's interesting to point out is the Chiefs have fallen a bit with their implied team total. But these are typically the offenses that we want to be starting this week. You have the Lions projected out as the highest scoring offense in the NFL. These are according to Sportsbooks. I understand people are annoyed with us talking about Sportsbooks so much. What the hell do you want me to do? They have all the information at their disposal. They are more accurate over a large sample than you are. They're more accurate over a large sample than I am. If not, if you think you can beat Las Vegas Sportsbooks, I have news for you. I'm sorry, but you can't. I know I can't. I've already accepted that reality. So we can really use these implied team totals and try to get a good sense of what offenses do we want to be playing, what offenses do we want to be avoiding in fantasy football. And here, looking at this, the Lions project out as the highest scoring offense in the league. Then you have Baltimore at 2, the Packers at 3, the Broncos, Niners tied for 4, and then Chiefs, Dolphins tied for 6, Texans, Vikings, Bengals tied for 8, Bills, Jets, Chargers tied for 11. So here you actually have Denver in a situation in which you absolutely need to play Chuba Hubbard. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if you decided to go through and if you really wanted to go ahead and potentially look to get in Bo Nix. I think for me, I'm still going to go Mahomes, though. It's not like we've seen Bo Nix have significantly more rushing upside than what Mahomes has demonstrated so far this season. With Mahomes, you get Hopkins coming in. This is projected to be a spot where we do get a considerable bounce back for this offense here in KC. Mahomes has been horrible. But the offense should be better. And you could see them lean on the run in Denver. It's not an easy call, though. Now, Benjamin coming out with the Chuba Hubbard or Najee Harris. That, for me, is pretty easy. Where if we are looking at Hubbard, garbage offense, but you are going to get the receiving usage where Najee Harris just simply is not going to have it. Like, if you look at Najee, since you've had Jalen Warren come back in, Najee has been effectively lowered down to a 0 since Warren's come back in as a receiver over the past 2 weeks. Hubbard's still going to have the receiving role, especially with no Brooks. We can go through and we can look at what you have on Underdog right now with these guys to see what the projections would be. Chuba Hubbard is higher, lower, 80.5 total yards. But again, the main thing is you're going to have the receptions where you just won't with Najee. And I'm assuming, unless you say otherwise, every question y'all ask, I assume, is a full PPR format. You go over to Najee Harris. Najee Harris is higher, lower, 78.5 total yards. So for fewer yards than Chuba. And at the same time, like we said, expectation is Chuba has a larger receiving role. I mean, Chuba's in a garbage offense, so you can make an argument that he has less touchdown upside. Andrew says Jalen Warren or Rachaad White. I mean, this varies. You take the guy who just scored 29 points last week. We're going to go ahead. We will take Jalen Warren here. Not too difficult to do so either. I mean, if you are looking at Jalen Warren, I think he eats into Najee Harris. While at the same time, I think he can be a solid premium handcuff back. If anything were to happen to Najee, then all of a sudden, I mean, Warren's a pretty exciting start. But with a healthy Najee Harris at the moment, I just simply don't see how you could ever go through and you could look to play him over Rachaad White, who's in a better offense. Who has the receiving role in his own right. So I would go White. A Baseball says, is Daniels playing? Yes. Sounds like Jaden Daniels is going to be playing this week. If you have Jaden Daniels, go ahead and fire him up. Now, obviously, this isn't 100% guarantee. We will get that guarantee 90 minutes before kickoff. But operating under the assumption that you have Daniels good to go. Maybe he runs the ball a little bit less, but the thing is he can get there as a passer too. You're not only relying on the rushing upside. I think you're in a great spot. DL11 says Ricky Pearsall or Allen Lazard rest of season. I'm sorry, everyone. Allen Lazard's a 0 rest of season. If you have him, cut him. He's the 4th option in this Jets offense. And that's at best. I mean, you're the 4th option behind Adams, Wilson, and Brees. Like, realistically speaking, I just don't see the upside that you have with Lazard. If you took him in an Underdog best ball draft this year, you freaking crushed it. And maybe you still get some of these random touchdown performances. But the thing is, would he ever be somebody that you can confidently start going into a week? No. Where Ricky Pearsall does appear to have that kind of upside to turn into that every week starter. Where you have no Jennings, you have no Ayuk. So, I mean, right now, he projects out to be effectively an every down starter in this Niners offense. And he could potentially turn into the 3rd option in a better offense. He has the round 1 NFL draft capital, so I think you roll with him. Starvin Marvin says, is Higgins playing? Sadly, we don't have any updates for T. Higgins as of this morning in comparison to what we were looking at last night. So right now, no additional news with Higgins. Obviously, the second we get something, I'll let y'all know. But let me move this over, and I think we had a question come in on the site, so let's get to that real quick. Obviously, if you wanted any guaranteed answers, you can always go over to flockfantasy.com. Get whatever questions you want answered, guaranteed. You can either just go over to the site and hit the button in the top right corner that says expert advice, or you can hit the link in the live chat that says ask a question here. Regardless, it'll take you to the same spot. And you can send in a super message, a start sit question, a trade question, or get a full-blown team review, whatever you are wanting. I would say if you want that team review, however, I would definitely recommend taking advantage of the offer that we have on Underdog Fantasy. It's just going to be a much cheaper way to get it. Where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you are going to get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you're going to be getting a free Dak Prescott pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight. And if you used code FLOCK, you're going to get a free Malik Neighbors pick for the game tomorrow night as well, more than less than half a total yard. And that's if you use code FLOCK. It doesn't matter if that was last year, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, yesterday, today, or tomorrow. As long as you use code FLOCK, you're going to get that free Malik Neighbors pick, more than less than half a total yard, on top of the Dak Prescott one. And you'll get the free team review in the live stream we are doing every single day. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way we know who to hook up with that free team review voucher. But let's move this over to our next question here. We actually have 4 questions on the site we can run through real quick. Thank you, guys. This one's coming out from Michael. Says, PPR flex, Flowers or Connor? Much love. Much love. Flowers not at 100% in a game environment in which the Ravens could probably just run the ball if they wanted to against the Browns. I am going to go James Conner for sure, but filling out the rest of the lineup, Jordan Mason and Achane will be must-start options. Maybe you were asking that in the comment box for a different league. Here, Tyreek Hill and Malik Neighbors will be good to go. Tight end, we are going to go ahead. We're going to take Kelsey. Instead of Flowers there at receiver, we will go Devonta Smith. And then, yeah, we will go with James Conner in that other flex spot over Zay Flowers. Flowers is a viable play. I could see him having a high ceiling. But the issue with Flowers is still the same one that's always been there, in that we just realistically can't project out the floor any given week. Now, Alki coming out with a start-sit question. Says, Chuba or Zay? Love you, man. Been watching for years. Really appreciate you, my friend. Here, I personally, I don't see a receiver we can get in the wide receiver slot ahead of Zay Flowers. If the question's Chuba or Zay Flowers, I go with Chuba Hubbard. Again, with Flowers, same thing that we were saying last week. Same thing you could say pretty much every single week. You have a really high ceiling, especially in a game environment in which the Baltimore Ravens are going to be forced to throw the ball often. But you have a really low floor as well, where the target volume is just not inherently a guarantee. Knowing that he's dealing with the ankle injury, I don't think this is the week that you feel like you need to roll the dice with Zay Flowers here. You definitely can start him, but not something I'd be excited about, especially if you have a player like Chuba Hubbard, where we can say Hubbard is effectively a must-start running back every single week just based off of gross volume, even in a really bad offense until Jonathan Brooks comes in. Now, M. Gutierrez coming out says, started Puka last minute. Happy about that, but I locked him in the flex spot. Definitely can't do that. Obviously, we always want to be going through in any Thursday night guy that you commit to playing. You go ahead and you put him in at either running back or wide receiver. Never want to put him at the flex because then it does limit the flexibility you have later in the week, and it's not like putting a player in at the flex because he was your third favorite receiver gets you any more points than just putting him in at wide receiver 1 and moving Tyreek Hill down to the flex spot. But anyway, here at quarterback, Bo Nix, Cousins, definitely close given the matchup that you have for Nix against the Panthers. Should be a very high-scoring Broncos offense. Really like that we're able to take advantage of that with Javonte. Going over to wide receiver, who could we have played in the flex spot? Actually, we need to pivot over to Tank Bigsby, obviously, over Jonathan Brooks at running back. Bigsby looks like he's a pretty exciting play. Post Travis Etienne news, I think you definitely want to be playing Bigsby here. In the wide receiver slot between Higgins, Judy, Hopkins, if Higgins is going to go, you're going to go ahead, you're going to play T. Higgins. I'm excited about Hopkins' rest of season this week in particular. It's maybe going to be a little bit tougher. It's hard to know exactly how many snaps, how many routes you're going to be getting for Hopkins. His first week in KC, I mean, we saw with Amari only played pretty much 30% of the snaps. I think it was 35% to be exact. So if Higgins is going to go, we go with T. Higgins. It's a 1 p.m. game, so you are going to get the clarity before you have to make this decision. If Higgins isn't good to go, I'd still play Hopkins over Judy, because I think also with Judy, he does have an incredibly low floor in his own right. Now, Riley James coming out says, final flex spot, Sutton, Downs, Coleman, or Tracy. Sutton, Downs, Coleman, Tracy. For me here, I go ahead. I start Tyrone Tracy. Not excited about it at all. I know a lot of people have been hyping up Tracy because he's a rookie running back breakout who's taking over as a starting running back in his offense. For me, I wouldn't be excited about Tracy knowing that it's a garbage offense, especially this week here. It's an absolute garbage matchup. So it's not a situation in which I want to play Tyrone Tracy. But you do have the guaranteed touches in a way that you don't get with Sutton, Downs, or Coleman. So I'm fine to go ahead and tell you to play Tracy here, even if it's not the most exciting thing in the world. Let's mark that as complete. Let me refresh, see if we have any more questions on the site. If not, we can pivot back over to the questions in the chat. We got Francis coming out and says, pick 2, Olave, Flowers, Tolbert, Dowdle, and Judy. So for me, I think you do have a low floor with pretty much every single one of these options. They have their own red flags. Olave, you're going to be dealing with some of the worst quarterback play in the entire NFL. Flowers, you have a game environment in which the Ravens may not need to go out there and throw the ball. They can just run it consistently, while at the same time, you have him dealing with the ankle. Jalen Tolbert is in a tough matchup at best. He's the second option in this offense at worst. He's thrown into the void, and the Cowboys get 10 skill positional players touching the football this week. And things are just dispersed so much beyond the alpha here with Lamb that nobody's really exciting. Rico Dowdle, there's an outside chance that Dalvin Cook does have some type of role. So across the board, this does appear to be a situation in which every single one of these guys has a low floor. And in that scenario, I am fine just going with the ceiling play. And for me, I think the ceiling plays would be Flowers and Olave. I think I would have made an argument for Dowdle over Olave pre-Dalvin news. And again, I don't expect that Dalvin comes in and turns into the starting running back by any means here. But I do think that you potentially have Dalvin seeing 30% of the touches. And if that does happen, that does eat into the upside of what you have with Dowdle, who is already in a very tough matchup against the Niners. But let's move this back over and answer any of the questions that we have in the live chat. It looks like less than 10% of y'all have hit that like button. Please, if you have not done so already, go down there, drop a like on this live stream. I mean, we are streaming for 5 hours every single day, trying to answer as many questions as we possibly can. And Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to hit that like button, I'd really ask that you do it now if you can. Now, Camilo coming out says JSN or Marvin Harrison Jr. For me, I would definitely prefer Harrison rest of season, where we are going to expect that Harrison continues to improve his usage. Hopefully they stop using him so much as a field stretching option, and we get him targets at every area of the field. But at the same time, much better prospects, has the draft capital, has the clear path to be the number one target earner in his own offense. We just kind of need more passing volume from Kyler. That's rest of season. this week where we can't make an argument for long-term upside, while at the same time you have no DK Metcalf. I think this week you want to go ahead and you want to take Jackson Smith and Jigba. But obviously, we're not expecting Metcalf to be missing the rest of the season. Metcalf could be back as early as next week. I mean, some people are saying, there was the report saying that Metcalf was going to go through and test some stuff out during warmups. He's still doubtful. I'm still expecting that you have no Metcalf here for sure. But that doesn't appear to be a guarantee. Okay. Now, Joe Sue coming out says, Dowdle, Tracy, McMillan for the flex if Higgins doesn't play. And McMillan or Demario Douglas at wide receiver 2. So I would really hope that we get a week from McMillan where we can go ahead and we can call him a must-start option going into the future. I would be a little bit hesitant to tell people to just absolutely jam him in this week. Obviously, on paper, he's the wide receiver 1 here for Baker Mayfield. But while that may be how it's set up on paper, there's no guarantee that that will be the case. It's not like we have a large sample here at all. It's not like he was one of the top prospects in the class this year. I do think that you're definitely taking on a little bit of risk by having to go through and project this out. But for me, I still would play McMillan over to Mario Douglas. And then between Tracy and Dowdle, neither running back has a great matchup. You're definitely going to get a better offense in Dallas than you will in New York. However, with that being said, if you think that there's an outside chance that Dalvin comes in and has a role, I think that you could go through and you could actually look to pivot over and bench Dowdle. It's not a spot that I'm super excited about, but I don't know. Realistically, you could go through and look to make that move. Now, for whatever reason, the chat's not working for me right now. Let me play around with a couple things. If I refresh this, are we done skis with this stream? But let me move this over. Leon says Kincaid or Cade Otton. For me, I'm going to go with Cade Otton. I think Otton should be a very easy play if you take into consideration what you have here specifically with no Baker, no Evans. Jeffrey says Tank Dell or Chase Brown. We are going to go ahead. We are going to take Chase Brown. Gabe says JSN, Waddle, or Romeo Doubs. So for me, I can't put Doubs in the same tier as these other receivers. You should have the very concentrated target tree in both Seattle and Miami. Whereas with Romeo Doubs, you're going to be competing with a bunch of different options. I mean, here you're going to be competing with Christian Watson, Jaden Reed, Tucker Kraft, Dontavian Wicks. Jalen Waddle, you effectively just have Tyreek Hill. JSN this week, you effectively just have Tyler Lockett. So I think you could make a really compelling case for either one of those receivers. I don't see how you could go through and play Dobbs, however. I would go Waddle over JSN. Right now, going back to what we had with Sportsbooks this week, they are currently projecting out the Miami Dolphins to be that borderline top 5 offense in the NFL in total points scored. So I think you should be pretty excited about that if we can take advantage. And yeah, I mean, for me, I think Waddle just looks like a must-start name. Offense is back to what it was. It sucks that he hasn't had double-digit fantasy points since week 1, but still. And here's what I'm going to have to do real quick. I'm going to have to go run to the kitchen real quick, grab a protein bar. I thought we'd be able to fast and go until kickoff without eating anything here, but it would just be impossible for me to do that at this point. So let me move this over and let me, the kitchen's right outside this door. So I'll be back in 5 seconds. I absolutely needed some food here. Thank God. Okay. Let me refresh this, see if we had any more questions come in on the site. We actually had 8 questions come through with the site. Thank you so much, of course, everybody. Let me answer these. Then we'll get right back to what we have over there in the live chat. Of course, if you ever wanted to get a guaranteed answer on one of these live streams, you'd always go through that link that says ask a question here. And if you go through that link, it's effectively going to take you to the same page that it would if you go hit the expert advice button in the top right corner of flockfantasy.com, where you can go ahead and you can ask a start sit question, a trade question, a super message, or get a full-blown team review. I would highly recommend, if you wanted that team review, however, you take advantage of the offer that we have on Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you are going to be getting a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, actually, everybody who has ever used code FLOCK on Underdog is going to have that free Malik Neighbors pick more than less than half a total yard for the game on Monday night. If you are new to Underdog Fantasy, you are going to be getting an additional free Dak Prescott pick more than less than half a total yard as well for the game tonight. And you'll be getting that free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single day. Just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog account. That way I can know who to hook up with that free team review voucher. But Precise V2 coming out. Here at wide receiver, we need to figure out who we're rolling with between Lockett, Rome, McMillan, Mooney, Juju, and Rice. Assuming that you have no DK Metcalf, I think it's a very easy play to just go ahead and jam Tyler Lockett in here, to be honest. Going over to the flex, we will get Darnell Mooney in. I think obviously Mooney is an up and down option, and you are just kind of banking on the passing volume to be there with Cousins, but that possibility is always there. The last flex spot's where things get difficult. I think McMillan has the upside, but we just don't have the guarantee with the roll. Rico Dowdall's a tough matchup. Like I said, they did activate Dalvin. There's a chance Dalvin has some work here. I think I go Dowdle over McMillan this week. I could very easily see this changing into the future. But I am always one to try to play it safe in terms of these receivers stepping into opportunity, especially rookies. When we don't have the large sample to go off of, you don't get extra points for starting them the week that they broke out. Like guys coming back from injuries, you don't get extra points for starting them the week that they came back. I think you could play a little bit safe here with McMillan. See what we have this week. Go with Dowdle. Go with the guaranteed workload. Hope McMillan demonstrates the upside with the injuries that you have in this offense, that he's the guy that you go with the rest of the season. But for now, I think we're going to go Daddle. Austin says Marv or Higgins if he's good to go. So the issue that you're going to have with Higgins, of course, is that we have seen this in his past where you're a game time decision, you end up playing, but you end up only playing one snap. You end up only playing 2 snaps, which obviously is just absolutely devastating. Now let's go get the easy guys out of the way. We're going to start Brees. We're going to start Achane. Wide receiver, you start Brian Thomas. You start DJ Moore. Yeah, so it is really Marv or Higgins. We go with Dobbins down there in the flex. Tight end, you're playing Kincaid. I'll be very interested to read what we have coming out of Cincinnati this morning. If Higgins was 100% healthy, it's Higgins not close. Obviously, Marv gives you the higher floor where you know you're going to get the snaps, you know you're going to get the routes, you know you're going to get the targets. Passing volume will just be so much worse in his respective offense. I'd probably go Higgins unless they give us some word that he's going to be on a snap count. But like I said, again, it is a concern that we have seen it in the recent past for Higgins, where you're a game time decision and you end up playing 1 snap, which would just be brutal. Master Chief, always happy to see you. Start Lockett or Hopkins in the flex. This week in particular, where it's the first week for Hopkins coming into KC and you could see 30% of the snaps played. Versus Lockett, you have no Metcalf, so Lockett should just go out there, have a considerable amount of passing volume against Buffalo. Receiving volume. I think you go with Lockett. Like, realistically trying to think about this. The Bills are favored by, I believe, 3.5 points in this game. And what we've seen in the past is if the Seahawks are trailing, they're willing to just go out there and completely abandon the run and ask Geno to have a 50, 60 dropbacks in any game, which I think obviously is a massive boost to what you have with Lockett. Augie says, I sent a question, but it showed wrong. Chuba or Zay in the flex. Thanks. Thank you. Here, I think we answered it. Maybe I'm wrong. We're going to go with Caleb at quarterback over Dak. We're going to go Wilson, Reed at wide receiver. Tight end, we go with Njoku over Laporta. And then for the flex, I will go with Chuba Hubbard. Probably the last week that we do this, if you get Jonathan Brooks potentially coming back next week. Obviously, Zay Flowers in the much better offense. But at the same time, Chuba Hubbard, you get the guaranteed work where you just simply can't say that with Flowers. Especially Flowers dealing with the ankle in a game where they could presumably just shut it down and run. I think it'd be really tough, at least in my mind, to go through and start Flowers over Hubbard. Now, Ryan coming out says, choose 2, AJ, Devontae, or Amari at receiver. I think you have to go with Adams as well as A.J. Brown, especially that you have no Lazard. I think you can kind of use that as a tiebreaker here for Adams. Right now, sportsbooks are projecting out a massive bounce back for this Jets offense. Adams came in and he turned into an every down player the second that he stepped into this Jets offense. I think we get a little bit of a bounce back here with Rodgers. At least that's what sportsbooks are saying. And I think you could see a 12 target performance from Adams. So we're going to go ahead. We will take Adams and Brown. Obviously, you start Brown. Twinny Hardaway, always happy to see you. Says, undecided at the flex with Evans out. Who are you going to go with? No Evans. Dobbs is appealing, of course. It's either Romeo Dobbs or Rico Dowdle. With Dobbs, you have the upside of the touchdowns. You have the concern that he is one of 5 viable pass catchers in Green Bay. Dowdle, you have the guaranteed looks, but you have a worse offense and a worse matchup. And you possibly have a little bit of a concern that Dalvin comes in and Dalvin has some usage. Those are the 2 guys that I'm really looking at. Can y'all please spam the chat? Would you rather start Rico Dowdle or would you rather start Romeo Dobbs? Dowdle or Dobbs, please spam the chat. Let me know what you are thinking here. We got 1 vote for Dowdle. Dobbs. Happy to see you, Dylan. Long time no see. Dobbs. Dowdle. Dobbs. We can look at what the underdog picks are right now for him. I'm assuming Dowdle is going to be higher than Dobbs, to be honest with you. Dobbs is higher, lower 49 in receiving yards, which honestly, this is much higher than I was expecting this to be. If they have him a higher, lower 49 in receiving yards and you have the receiving touchdown upside, yeah, you go Dobbs here. Dobbs is the play. I'm actually surprised to see those projections. I'm not going to lie to you. Those projections make me feel like I need to move Dobbs both my rest of season rankings and my week 8 rankings. Is if you look at Dobbs, the target volume's actually been there. He's been seeing more targets than you've actually had from Jaden Reed as of late. Like, I think I'd definitely prefer Dobbs over Jennings. You know what? I'd prefer McMillan, Pearsall over these guys too. That's rest of season here. If we're looking at this week in particular, wide receiver, we had Dobbs 33. I still probably have him behind Ladd, Olave, Mooney. I don't think we really updated anything there. But yeah, I guess you go ahead and you play Romeo Dobbs. Now, Julius, always happy to see us. Says 4-3. Thanks for all the help and with all the live streams. Thank you so much for always hanging out with us, my guy. I'm looking at wide receiver. We have no Godwin, which sucks, of course. But we have Tua coming back in, making Waddle viable. And then we also have James Conner in the flex. Absolutely love it. Looks very similar to my Flock League team, where I'm also rolling with Waddle and James Conner as well. So, honestly, really like both options. And really rooting for him this week, my friend. Moving this over to our next question. It's coming out from H. Jacobson. It says, need help. We are 1-6. Here, quarterback, you're going to go with Caleb in a plus matchup against Washington. I actually kind of like the fact that Jaden Daniels is starting for Caleb Williams. I think this may mean that they are less likely to be able to just lean on the run in the second half. Going over to what we have at RB, I think that you're looking at HN being a must-start name once you have Tua back in. This is a tough spot where we want to play Kareem Hunt. Like, realistically, looking at the expectations, obviously Hunt just has a phenomenal matchup here. Higher, lower, 81.5 total yards. Great offense. James Conner is just an even better. There are just so many strong plays. Conner, higher, lower, 88.5 total yards. Who's the other play? Dobbins. Higher, lower, 96.5 total yards. Dear God, why the hell are the projections so high on Dobbins? Last week and this week. Looking at my rankings, I do have Dobbins as the best play myself here. Had a both Hunt and Conner. So, I mean, if the underdog projections and my rankings both say the same thing, I think you go with Dobbins. Tyreek, absolute must-start name. Brian Thomas Jr., must-start name every single week. We're going to go right back to running back. Kareem Hunt, James Conner will be up to you. Can y'all spam the chat? Would y'all rather have Hunt or James Conner? Obviously, you have a beautiful matchup for Kareem Hunt going up against the Raiders. You've had back-to-back games with 20-plus opportunities in this Chiefs offense that wants to run the ball. Are you going Hunt or Conner? We got Hunt, Conner, Hunt, 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 Conner, 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 Conner. Conner, Hunt, Conner, Hunt, 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 Connor, Hunt. Connor, Hunt. Hunt, Connor. Obviously, Connor rest of season. We're trying to figure out the starting lineup this week. Hunt, 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 Hunt. Hunt, Connor, Hunt. So it does look like maybe it's a 50, 55, 45 in favor of Kareem Hunt in the chat. If you look at my rankings, I have Kareem Hunt ranked one slot ahead of James Conner. Again, if you go and look at those underdog pick'ems, they have James Conner higher or lower, 88.5 total yards, and neither player is going to catch the ball a ton either. So I think it is up to you on that last call. I think you have to go through and play those other guys, though. Let me refresh, see if we had any more questions come through with the site. Then we can get to those, then go back to the live chat. We have 3 more questions, and we'll go back to the live chat real quick. This coming out from Pad. Here, this is Pollard, Chubb, Diggs, McLaurin versus Achane Tyreek. This is Achane Tyreek by a mile. We're giving up 4 depth pieces to get the 2 best players in the deal. We're getting the best running back in this trade. We are getting the best wide receiver in this trade. Maybe if Tua wasn't coming back in, then at this point we could go through and we could sit here and go, oh, okay, well, let's take the Diggs side. Diggs is about the same as Tyreek, if not a little bit better with no Tua, blah, blah, blah. But no, you go through and you look at how things project in this Dolphins offense. Right now, sportsbooks are putting the Dolphins as a top 5 scoring offense in the NFL this week with Tua back in. I really don't think that there's any hesitation that you have here with Miami. Now, Neil, happy to see you coming out with the start sit. Wide receiver, we are going to go ahead and we will be putting in probably Hopkins here. I hate to say it. I definitely don't want to start Hopkins if we can avoid it. I just have absolutely no idea what this role is going to be this week. And then Dave Montgomery as well at running back. Kareem Hunt is exciting too, but I mean, right now you have the largest spread of any game in the NFL this week between the Detroit Lions and Tennessee Titans. I think the expectation is that this Lions team is able to run the ball over and over and over again in the second half here. Now, our next is coming out from GDS. I'm assuming maybe you need one receiver. I don't know exactly what you want. You just listed off these 4 guys. If you wanted me to rank these guys this week, I'd go Pittman 1, probably Rome, Douglas, then Sutton. It is such an awkward spot with Sutton in that the offense projects out better than it has all season. You have a beautiful matchup going up against Carolina. But he dropped 30 points last week. Sorry, the Broncos dropped 30 points last week, and Sutton gave you effectively a goose egg. Like, literally a goose egg. So, awkward spot. I think we do put Sutton last there, though. But let me move this over and start answering the questions that we have in the live chat. And real quick, I do want to beg and plead again. Please, sir, may I have another like? We live stream for 5 hours every single day, trying to answer as many questions as we possibly can. Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us, though. So if you're ever going to hit that like button, I would beg and plead that you do it right now. And it looks like less than 10% of y'all have hit that like button. So that would help us out a ton. And also, if you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the live chat right now. We're going to try to get to as many as we can. Gio says Ferguson or Kraft. I'm definitely going to go with Ferguson. I mean, I understand that you had the bye week in week 7. Week 6, you had the complete and utter collapse of this offense against the Detroit Lions here. So I know that maybe it seems a while since Ferguson's given you really anything, but you have Brandon Cooks on the IR. You still have Ferguson projecting out weekly to be the second target in an offense with Dak Prescott. The issue, of course, is we have seen Dak historically kind of just crater against these good teams, which the Detroit Lions are a very good team. So I think you obviously have a decent amount of risk here with this Dallas Cowboys offense. But with that being said as well, I mean, Ferguson gives you the target volume. Now, let's see. CH says Rome Odunze or Jalen McMillan. I will go with McMillan. Definitely not like a must-start player this week. I think it would be difficult to come through and project out exactly what you're going to have as maybe a wide receiver one role, maybe a situation in which he comes through and he operates kind of in a wide receiver by committee where you can't be excited about anybody and they just really spread things out here in Tampa. We just simply don't know right now, but I can say with Roma Dunze that this is a player in which he's in a team that's for sure spreading things out in Chicago. And it's not like we know for certain that the Bears offense is going to have more passing volume than what you have in Tampa. So I think go McMillan. Cam Dino says Tank Dell, Harrison, or Jackson Smith and Jigba. For me, I'm not considering Tank Dell here, even with the Collins injury. I think it really does come down between Harrison and JSN. Rest of season, it's obviously Harrison, and it's not remotely close either. But for this week in particular, where you have no DK Metcalf, I think you can make a pretty strong argument to just go ahead and play JSN. Jeremy says Tua or Dak. You have a pretty damn good matchup for Tua going up against the Cardinals, whereas it's a tougher matchup going up against the Niners here for Dak Prescott. So for me, I'm going to go ahead. I will take Tua over Dak. It's not like either quarterback has a bunch of rushing upside either. So if neither quarterback has a bunch of rushing upside, and it's not like we expect one offense to be a significantly different scheme in terms of they're looking to run the ball over and over again and play slow versus the other team's going to drop back, play fast, and really just abandon the run if they get down, which I don't think that's the scenario here really either. Again, I'll show what you have with the implied team totals. I think this is like a really relevant thing to see here, specifically if you're trying to figure out what we have for these guys this week. I mean, right now you're looking at the Dolphins projected out to have 25.5 points as 4.5 point favorites over the Arizona Cardinals. Whereas if you're looking at the Dallas Cowboys have an implied team total of 21.5 points as 4.5 point dogs against the Niners. And like I said, it's not like we have a bunch of rushing upside from Dak that Tua doesn't give us. Neither guy gives us rushing upside. Okay, Be More Savage says there's a ton of question on Brian Thomas. Can we get a bunch of people you will start him over under? I don't exactly know what you were meaning there. If you have Brian Thomas Jr., you start Brian Thomas Jr. Obviously, 2 weeks ago against the Bears, when they had to travel to London, you had a letdown game. But outside of that, Brian Thomas Jr. has been just printing 20-point performances. Rookie receiver that actually got there in a big-time way this past week, even though the Jacksonville Jaguars were able to run the ball over and over again against the New England Patriots. That's not necessarily guaranteed to be the situation this week here for Jacksonville. So if you have Thomas, for the love of God, you start Brian Thomas Jr. I would have assumed that there's not much that needs to be said there, at least at this point. If y'all wanted to look at his underdog pick'ems, I almost actually took the Brian Thomas Jr. Touchdown mark. So we did take the touchdown mark earlier in the week, which you get the 1.34x multiplier on. But I was an idiot and I went, oh, Puka Nacua seems to be a little bit disrespected in the pick'ems. So I took Puka to have a touchdown with like a 2.1x multiplier. Combine that with Bryant Thomas. And then obviously Puka goes off, but freaking I took the touchdown instead of the yards, of course. Yeah, Brian Thomas Jr.'s higher or lower at 8.5 receiving yards, if that's what you were trying to ask. Let me see if you have any profit boost tokens. I don't have a profit boost token right now. I mean, if you wanted to go through and use like the free flock pick, the Malik Neighbors higher than half a total yard, and combine that with Brian Thomas Jr. to score a touchdown, then at that point, that'd be $10 to win 40. If you were interested in that. But obviously the main thing is, if you have Brian Thomas Jr., for the love of God, get this guy in your starting lineup. You should be starting him every single week. And then obviously, if you wanted to check out any of these Underdog picks, you can find the link to Underdog Fantasy in the live chat in the description. Code FLOCK will hook you up with that free Malik Neighbors pick. Pretty much everybody here should have that free Malik Neighbors pick, regardless if you signed up to Underdog Fantasy last year with code FLOCK, 2 years ago with code FLOCK, 3 years ago with code FLOCK, yesterday, today, or tomorrow. As long as you use code FLOCK, you're going to get that free Malik Neighbors pick. Also, if you're new to Underdog and you sign up today, you're going to be getting that free Dak Prescott pick, more than less than half a total yard. Yes, you'll also get the 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. You'll also get a free team review in the live stream as well. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way I know who to credit with that free team review voucher. And you can find that link with the free Dak Prescott pick. Available in pretty much every state. Yes, it's in California. Yes, it's in Texas. Yes, it's in New York. Yes, it's in Florida. Let's go over and see. AG says Brian Thomas Jr. or DJ Moore. I'm going to go ahead. I will take a Brian Thomas Jr. here relatively easily. And we're 1 like away from hitting 800 likes in the stream. Hit that like button if you haven't already. Going through and looking at this, Derek says Najee or Tank Bigsby. I'm going to go ahead. I will take Tank Bigsby. Neither player can have a great role as a receiver here, so I don't think it's like the easiest situation in the world. But I mean, if you are looking at what you're going to get with I don't know. If you're looking at what you're going to get with Bigsby, I think this is just simply a more talented and a more efficient running back than Najee Harris at this point of their respective careers. Maybe that wouldn't have been the case initially, but older Najee, we've seen all year now him be an extremely inefficient running back. Obviously, we had a ridiculous amount of people screaming at me, telling me that we were ranking Najee Harris too high. The reason we were ranking Najee Harris high over the past few weeks is you were looking at an offense with no Jaylen Warren, so Najee had a great role as a receiver. But once Warren's back in and that role as a receiver goes away for Najee Harris, it's a lot less exciting to play Najee. Like I don't want to play him if we can avoid it. Now, Joel says Olave or Ridley. Both receivers in bad offenses. Both receivers going to see pretty much every single touch in their respective bad offense. For me, I'm still going to go ahead. I will still take Chris Olave. Frankly, I do view him as the more talented player between the two, to be honest. Cameron says, I'm in a 2 flex spot league. Who should we start? I'm sorry, I'm not going to read through all that, my guy. Nick says Tua or Baker. I'm going to go Tua over Baker Mayfield this week. You have a really strong matchup for Tua going up against Arizona. If you're looking at Baker Mayfield, obviously, and I want to give Baker Mayfield his credit. I know people get like really emotional when I say this, and for the right, maybe for the right reasons, I don't know, but for understandable reasons. Baker Mayfield's not much more in my mind than a streaming quarterback rest of season, at least until we get Evans back. I understand that Baker has been a top 3 quarterback in fantasy football so far this season. He's actually been the second highest scoring player in fantasy football. Second highest scoring player, not just quarterback. But when you're going from the combo of Mike Evans and Chris Godwin as your top 2 guys to Jalen McMillan and Sterling Shepard, Baker Mayfield is going from the best wide receiver duo in the NFL, or arguably one of the best, if not the best, to arguably one of the worst wide receiver duos in the NFL. So I think it'd be very difficult to come out here and view Baker as the must-start option that he was before. Mike says Chase Brown or Tank Bigsby. Full PPR format, I'm going to still take Chase Brown over Bigsby. I think you make an argument that Bigsby is the better running back. I think you can make an argument that Bigsby has more raw opportunities. But my thought process here is if we are chasing the high value touches, I'm pretty confident in saying that we are going to have more targets out of the backfield for Chase Brown than you will with Tank Bigsby in a full PPR format. And also, this is a much better offense. This is a much better offense in Cincinnati. Oh my gosh, I'm so sore. Than what you have in Jacksonville. I am so freaking tired. I have live streamed every single day in 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024 during the season answering questions. But I think this is probably the longest our live streams have ever been. Like, we have not missed a single day in the past 5 years during the season answering fantasy football questions. But yeah, I don't think we've been live streaming for 5 hours a day, at least in the past, like we are now. And also with this, next weekend, I have a 50-mile ultra marathon on Saturday morning. I'm going to have to go run for like 12 hours, run from like 7 to 7, and then come home, live stream until, last night we were live streaming until 1 a.m. And then wake up Sunday morning. That is going to be tough. That's going to be tough. Tom says, should we trade Puka and Kareem Hunt for Mixon? We would still have Pacheco. I think there's probably more value on the Puka and Hunt side. If you told me you are 6-1, if you told me you were 7-0, and we were really looking at a team that you only cared about the fantasy football playoffs, I could understand this thought process. I'm trying to think if, like, the thing is, Puka Nacua is a top 10 receiver rest of season. You have also Hunt as presumably a high-end RB2 until Pacheco comes back in. Like, I think having Pacheco doesn't make us any more likely to want to sell Kareem Hunt. I don't know. If you're 6-1, if you're 7-0, I can see it. But realistically speaking, I think there's just no real reason that you need to. Now, Robert coming out says Kyler or Geno. Obviously, Geno's been a much better quarterback if you were just hunting passing volume so far this season. Like, Geno's been able to support his receivers in his offense. If you want to make an argument based off real life play, I think you can do you. But specifically in fantasy football, where we have the rushing upside for Kyler Murray that Geno Smith's just simply not providing, I think you go ahead. I think that you just play Kyler Murray, and you're pretty safe to do so as well, especially knowing that you're in a situation in which you are not going to have DK Metcalf for Geno Smith here. Z-Man says Zay Flowers or Sterling Shepard. I definitely view a low floor with Zay Flowers. I think Flowers that boom bust option here, where it's not like we have a guarantee when it comes to the passing volume that you're going to have in Baltimore. I mean, this can be an offense that whenever they want, they decide to go ahead and they decide to pivot over and just run the ball over and over and over again. But what's the floor with Shepard? Even with Flowers dealing with the ankle, I think I go ahead and I play Zay Flowers over Sterling Shepard. The Bucs guys, like, they're players that we want to roster, but they're not necessarily players that I'd feel comfortable starting until we actually see how things shake up. Okay. Now, real quick, we are one like away from hitting 900 likes in the stream. Hit that like button if you have not done so already. Typically, we're not begging for likes in the live stream, but Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. If you're going to hit that like button, I'd ask you to do it now. Phil says, is Daniels playing? Last I read, it sounds like Jaden Daniels is trending towards being good to go. If you have Jaden Daniels, I would play him. I moved him to QB4 in my rankings this week. Obviously, you can maybe have a little bit of hesitation thinking, oh, okay, maybe there's a shot in which Daniels runs the ball less, given the fact that you are dealing with the rib. Plus, it's a tough matchup against the Bears, so maybe you just have less passing volume in general in this offense. I still think you go Daniels if you got him. And then I would still go Jaden Reed over Scary Terry, but obviously Scary Terry's more appealing now that Jaden Daniels is good to go. But let me go ahead and let me pivot back over and answer some of the questions that we have on the sites. Let's refresh this. Obviously, if you ever want to get in any questions over there on the site, get a guaranteed answer, you can always go hit the expert advice button in the top right corner over there on flockfantasy.com. You can ask a super message, start say question, trade question, team review, whatever you're wanting. Or you could just hit the link in the live chat that says ask a question here. And if you wanted a team review, I would highly recommend taking advantage of the offer that we have over on Underdog Fantasy, especially this week, because it's just absolutely being hooked up for y'all where if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, it doesn't matter if it was 3 years ago, 2 years ago, last year, yesterday, today, or tomorrow, you're going to be getting that free Malik Neighbors pick of more than less than half a total yard. But if you're new to Underdog, you'll get an additional free Dak Prescott pick, more than less than half a total yard here as well for tonight's game. And on top of that, you're going to be getting a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. You'll be getting a free team review in the live streams, which we are doing every single day. Just if you wanted that team review, make sure you go through and make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way we are able to go ahead and credit you with that free team review voucher. And if you wanted something to pair that Malik Neighbors pick with, I'd like Brian Thomas to score a touchdown. And there, that would be $10 to win $42. But let's move this back over to the questions that we have on the site. This next question is going to be coming out from, I believe, J-Dog, where we need a flex and a quarterback here. Here, QB, we are choosing between Caleb and Daniels. Obviously, we will know if Daniels is good to go or not by the time we need to make this decision. Looks like he should be good, but obviously not a guarantee at this point. I'm assuming Daniels is good to go. Even if he runs the ball a little bit less, I think you go ahead. I think that, yeah, still say he's going to run the ball more than Caleb, and he's just been more effective across the board than Caleb, more consistent as well this season. Going down to the flex spot, this is where things get interesting. Devontae Adams and DeAndre Swift will be the two players we're deciding between. Not really going to be wanting to go with DJ Moore over Swift, where Swift you have the guaranteed touches. I probably go Adams in an environment where you have no Lazard. You have him already as effectively an every down player here in this Jets offense. And sportsbooks are projecting out a pretty big bounce back in what you have with the total offensive volume in New York this week. Now, Jason coming out says, flex call Ricky Pearsall or Chase Brown. Really appreciate you, my friend. To be completely honest with you, for my underdog teams, I would really hope that Ricky Pearsall comes out here and absolutely blows up, that he dominates over Chase Brown. It would help me a ton. But in reality, when we're looking at Chase Brown, we've already seen it. Back-to-back games now with over 50% of the snaps. He is the RB1 in his respective offense, which is one of the better offenses in the league. Whereas if we're going to go through and if we're going to look at what we have with Ricky Pearsall, we can project him out. Oh, he's probably wide receiver 2 this week behind Deebo Samuel. But it's not a guarantee. You are taking on some risk here. Whereas I just don't think you're taking on any risk if you're going to go through and if you're going to be taking Chase Brown. I think we know what the role is. We know the offense is great. I think it's a very safe play. Now, Jason coming out with our next question. Bo Nix or Purdy in which flex? So I'm definitely less excited about Purdy, and given the injuries that you have in San Fran. For me, I'm still probably going to go ahead and take Brock Purdy, though. Like for me in the Flock League, I have been kind of debating back and forth between possibly benching Brock Purdy. My other option would be Anthony Richardson. And honestly, now at this point that we have Deebo Samuel good to go, I think for me, I'm definitely playing Purdy over AR. Now, clearly, you can make an argument Bo Nix is a better option than Anthony Richardson this week based off how good the matchup's going to be going up against the Carolina Panthers. But still, for me here, I think that you probably just go ahead. You probably play Brock Purdy. And no, we have Daniels supposed to play. Daniels is supposed to play. For the love of God, go Daniels. If Daniels does miss and we need to make a pivot, then at that point, yeah, you can pivot over and instead you can be looking at Brock Purdy here under the assumption that Deebo Samuel does play. If you have no Ayuk, no Jennings, and no Deebo, then at that point, if you really wanted to pivot over to, say, Bo Nix, I'm not going to fault you then, but if Deebo plays, I'm still going to go Purdy. Now, for flexes, Tony Pollard, you have no Spears, so you're just going to see every single touch. And I'm also going to go with Rachaad White, hoping that the receiving involvement is consistent here, especially as we have the injuries with Evans and Godwin. Now, Santiago coming out with a start set. Here at running back, Bigsby, absolute must-start name. Now that you have no ETN, we're going to get Brian Robinson as well. Obviously, ETN not officially ruled out just yet. Looks like things are trending in that way, though, so just going to be something that we want to continue to monitor here. And then going over to what we have with the receivers, A.J. Brown, you need to jam him in. I would probably consider a Lockett here. Definitely not playing Hopkins. It's either going to be Lockett or Pickens. Can I see what the underdog projections are? I think we have these guys ranked back-to-back, wide receiver 23, wide receiver 24 on the site right now. Lockett's higher, lower, 59.5 receiving yards. Pickens higher, lower, 61.5. We do have Pickens ranked one slot higher than Lockett as well. So we probably go ahead and take Pickens with Russ under center. I definitely think you could see some regression still in this offense. So I don't want to sit here and act like it's just an absolute no-brainer. But, I mean, obviously Pickens does look to be better with Russ than he was with Fields. I think you can see some regression in this offense, while at the same time, you still can look at Pickens getting more passing volume thrown to him. Going over to the flex, we're going to go Lockett. Honestly, it doesn't matter. You play both guys. I prefer Harrison over both these receivers long term. But I think Harrison needs a little more time. Next question coming out from Embry Outdoors is pick 2 for the flex. And then also we're going to go to our Baker. We lost Godwin. I appreciate you. Thank you for sticking with us for so damn long now. We are going to go ahead and we are going to take Tua over Baker. I don't feel like super comfortable with this, but still at the same time, Tua, you're throwing the ball to Tyreek and Waddle, whereas Baker, you're throwing it to Sterling Shepard and Jalen McMillan. Going down to the flexes, Tank Bigsby looks to be a must-start name, assuming that you have no ETN. I think we probably end up going with Rico Dowdle over McMillan this week. Obviously, we've seen Dowdle go out there and consistently give you 10-plus opportunities a game. McMillan is just simply a projection. Definitely could be the top option in Tampa, but at the same time could be an absolute zero as well. We just frankly have no idea. Now, DeBear coming out with a start set. We're looking at Harrison versus Darnell Mooney. I'm going to go ahead. I will take Harrison over Mooney. If you were looking at the difference between these two receivers, you've had more passing volume in Atlanta so far this season than you've had in Arizona, where Arizona has just been extremely disappointing in terms of the passing volume that you've had. But still, I mean, Mooney at best is wide receiver 2 in his offense, of course, behind London. I don't think we can really expect that to change. Michael says, should we start Hopkins or stick with Adams and Dell? I would stick with Adams and Dell. I would rather have Hopkins over Dell rest of season. But for this first weekend, where we just simply have no idea what the situation's going to be like for DeAndre Hopkins here. He could only play 30% of the snaps. We just simply don't know yet. I think you probably just play it safe, especially when you have no Nico Collins in. Obviously, once Nico's back and once Hopkins has had time in this Chiefs offense, then I'm very confident that this will change. I'm very confident that you will go through and you'll probably prefer Dell instead. Now, moving this over to our next question. This one's coming out from Newton's Law with a massive dono as well. Says, love all the work you put in, and I'm excited to hear your thoughts and options. Hookamorans, my friend. Let me hook you up with both a free trade question and a free start sit question as well, just in case you have anything else you ever want to send this way with this team. But anyway, team name here is Newton's Law. We are the second team in the league analyzer. This is a massive gap between the haves and the haves not in this league. I mean, you have the dominant teams at the very top. We have the garbage teams at the very bottom. Going through and looking at this squad, it is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. We are second in the league analyzer. There are pretty strong options out there on the waiver wire where you have guys like McMillan, Pearsall, Keenan Allen, and Zach Moss. So in general, in a league in which you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, we are already looking to go through and make 2-for-1 deals and see if we can sell wide receiver depth pieces to go get upgrades inside the starting lineup. Now here, especially with this being a league in which you have these great wide receiver pickups that you can go with off the waiver wire, we're still very much interested in making 2-for-1 deals. Starting off at quarterback, we have Daniels as well as Kyler. I definitely think that you could go through if you wanted to and see if we could sell Kyler Murray. You may end up having to wait for a spike week performance. Obviously, Kyler's been disappointing so far this season. I don't know how interested people would be to move off of him. But I mean, if you could potentially sell Kyler in a running back like Jonathan Brooks or like Rico Dowdle and go get to a running back we're a lot more excited for, now that it looks like Daniels is going to be good to go. And obviously, I'm assuming we're making these trades after this week. I think that would be a spot that makes a lot of sense for us. Going over to what we have at running back, we are sitting with an anchor RB1 with Bijan. J.K. Dobbins looks like an absolute crusher here as well with the Chargers. Brooks, Dowdle, quality running back depth. I mean, running back definitely isn't a team need for us per se, but I mean, if we were to choose the weakest spot in this roster, it'd probably be the running back position just because we're so strong elsewhere. Like looking at this at wide receiver, we have 3 top 10 names rest of season with A.J. Brown, Tyreek, and Puka Nacua. When Nico Collins comes back in, we have another top 10 receiver. Waddle's a great play as well. So, I mean, really, there's not going to be much that we can say with this team looking at how damn strong this is. Realistically speaking here, I mean, it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So really, the easy move is to go through and see if we can sell a wide receiver depth piece and go get an upgrade either at running back or tight ends. Like in my mind, this team has absolutely no excuse not to have an elite tight end when we are this strong at wide receiver. Obviously, it's not like Ferguson and Kincaid are complete bums. It's not like this is a very a team that very much needs a tight ends. But I mean, hell, if we can sell Jalen Waddle and Jake Ferguson to go get George Kittle, if we can sell Jalen Waddle and Jake Ferguson to go get Brock Bowers, and we can just bring in Jalen McMillan off the waiver wire for free, for me, I would like to make a move like that if possible. And going over, like we said, you could also look to make a trade like that with Kyler. So, I mean, fundamentally, the trade that we want to make is we want to go through and we want to try to find a team that needs a receiver. This team here, I guess they're fine. They have the Metcalf injury, but still. The issue is this team at the bottom just simply doesn't have a nearly enough value to do anything. Can we look at some of the teams that have the best tight end positions? This team has McBride. They have Tank Dell at wide receiver 3. Maybe you could go through and send them a Waddle and Ferguson to get to McBride. This team has Kittle. Their wide receiver 1 is Adams. Maybe if we could send them Waddle and Ferguson or Kincaid, whoever they prefer, to go get to Kittle, I definitely would. Obviously, you can make that 2-for-1 tier up at running back as well. If you could sell like Dobbins and one of these receivers to go get to a running back in the range of Breece Hall, I think that'd be phenomenal. Much easier said than done, but that's the move that you make. I mean, obviously, this is one of the strongest, if not the strongest, teams in the league. So looking at this, I think that it is a super strong roster where it's not easy to make a pivot. I think if you were doing anything, obviously it's trying to squeeze out some value for Kyler, trying to squeeze out some value for Waddle. I think you're maybe better off waiting a week, though, in that Waddle hasn't had a game with 10 plus points since week 1. I don't think you're going to have much trade interest for Waddle right this second, but if he comes out and blows up against the Cards with Tua back in, I think that people kind of will just immediately forget what happened in weeks 2, 3, 4, 5. So, okay. So let's move this over to our, and again, I hope I was able to help you out in some way. In reality, your team's just so damn strong. If there is anything else that I can help you with, don't hesitate to let me know. I mean, I did hook you up with that free start sit question. I did hook you up with that free trade question as well. So if you have anything additional with this team, don't hesitate to send it my way. Now let's move this over to our next question. This one coming out from C. Peterson. Here, quarterback, we have Jalen Hurts. Running back, Kyron Walker. Receiver, Smith, St. Brown. Going down to the flex, I think it's kind of an easy spot for us to probably just go ahead and play Chase Brown. Chuba Hubbard, Chase Brown are definitely the two guys that I am looking at here. I mean, the issue that you're going to have specifically with Brown is you're not getting the same type of just raw opportunities that you should have with Chuba, but also you are just in a much better offense. I think we'd probably go ahead and take Brown. If you wanted to pivot to anybody else, it would be Chuba Hubbard. Obviously, the issue is with Bryce Young under center, the Panthers do project out as one of the worst offenses in the league. Now, let's see if we have any more questions so we can pivot back over to questions in the live chat. This one coming out from Morphe Head. Here at running back, we are going to go ahead. You're going to jam in Taylor. Don't hesitate. We're going to play Deebo Samuel. If you think that the pneumonia impacts him at all, you can take Devontae Adams. Honestly, I'd probably go Adams this week. Deebo Samuel rest of season. Obviously, the concern with benching Deebo, though, is like ultimately this is a wide receiver that has top 3 upside relatively easily with no Brandon Ayuk and no Jennings in this offense. But with him having pneumonia, I mean, you do have some inherent risk that maybe you just don't have. Okay. So I think we go ahead. I think we probably take Dobbins over Deebo as well. Like for most teams, I think that you do roll the dice with Deebo Samuel. Even with him coming off the illness, even with him having the wrist injury. Because this is just a good offense. He's a phenomenal receiver. You at the same time are sitting with no Ayuk, no Jennings. But when you're this loaded, I don't necessarily think you can afford it. Now, Love Hurts says, PBR double flex, also start Hurts or Love. Thanks, my guy. Thank you. I'm going to go with Jalen Hurts over Jordan Love. I think Love, you can safely say, will have more passing volume. But, of course, the issue is going to be that Jalen Hurts is just going to give you the rushing upside in a 4-point passing touchdown format. And then the 2 flex plays, I hate to say it, but I think we're going to go with Rachaad White and Nick Chubb. I'm sure that in the future, we will be benching Chubb in favor of either Ricky Pearsall or Jalen McMillan. But I think that their first weeks with their respective roles, it's all projection. We have no idea really exactly what we should be expecting. So I think you can just play it safe here. Now going over to our next question. As Stacy says, need help setting a lineup after a few trades made. Wide receiver, you go ahead and you start Darnell Mooney. Obviously, Mooney's a little bit up and down. And Bryce, thank you. I really hope I was able to help you out. But I am obviously here with Mooney, a little bit up and down based off the passing volume that you have in Atlanta. He's very tied to what you're going to get with Cousins. I mean, if Cousins goes out there and crushes it with his overall passing yards, like you have, say, the 500 passing yards in that Thursday night performance, then obviously Mooney's going to crush alongside him. The issue is the down performances from Cousins. Mooney's only going to see 20 to 25% of the offense, so you're going to get him crushed as well. But we're going to go ahead. We're going to play both running backs with Bigsby and Rachaad White in the flex spots. Bigsby is going to be an absolute must-start play here if you're in a triple flex league with no Travis Etienne. Of course, the issue is with this. He's going to have absolutely nothing as a receiver. The Jags are dogs in this game as well, so we don't know if the rushing volume is going to be the same as what it was against New England. But Cal Godey coming out says Bigsby over Chase Brown in the flex with no ETN. If it is a non-PBR format, yes. Half PBR format, you can consider it. Full PBR league, you're going to get the receiving usage from Chase Brown. He's in a better offense as well. So I would still go ahead and I would still take Brown myself over Bigsby. But let's mark that as complete. Let's refresh, see if we have anything else here. But I think that should be all the questions on the site. Let's get back over to some of the questions that we have in the live chat. Real quick, of course, let me beg and plead and cry and ask if y'all can go down and drop a like in the live stream. We're live streaming for 5 hours every single day, answering as many questions as we possibly can. But Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you were ever going to hit that like button, I would ask if you could do it now. And it looks like less than 10% of y'all have. So I'm looking at you. I see you. Fresh Dollar Bill says, National Tight End Day today. Who's going crazy? Couple different things that this brings to mind. One, it is the dumbest thing in the world to hear that there is a National Tight End Day. No, why could that possibly even be a thing? Two, this just makes me think of the clip of LeBron, and I will say a couple different things. LeBron, the basketball player, I'm a massive stan for. Like, I'll sit here and I'll argue for LeBron. But obviously, LeBron has like the off-the-court lies that are just so weird and like, what are we doing? Where like LeBron was live streaming. I don't know if y'all have seen this clip. And he goes like, oh, happy tight end day. Yeah, a good day for all the tight ends. Let me shout out some of the great tight ends. And then he can't think of any tight ends. And he like looks up on the computer and you can see the reflection in the background. Like tight ends, he's like, George Kittle, Mark Andrews. I don't know if y'all have seen that LeBron clip, but it's pretty damn funny. Just the LeBron, also another, I don't know why I'm going down this rabbit hole. But also what kills me too is the LeBron, like AI. Yeah, the LeBron AI that just makes up like, that uses him like in a press conference and will just make up like a crazy lie. I don't know. I like the LeBron memes. But moving this over, Hunter says Higgins or DJ Moore. With Higgins being banged up, if Higgins is 100% healthy, I'm going to go T. Higgins. But with Higgins, we've seen in the past the risk that you have of him being that game time decision. And then all of a sudden you actually have him active, but only play 1 to 2 snaps. So that does scare me with Higgins. To the point where if you are looking at an option like DJ Moore, I think you could go in that direction. Definitely not something you have to do, but it is viable. Like, we can go over to the site real quick. I'll show you my updated rankings with T. Higgins. Obviously, this is assuming that Higgins does play today. If Higgins ends up missing, then at that point, I think that you are in a little bit of a tougher spot. But week 8, we did decide to move Higgins down to about wide receiver 5th. Actually, no, this is with the expert rankings. Let me go ahead and let me pivot over to my specific rankings. Actually, we can just do it this way. I'm going to go week 8. If you want to see my rankings particular on the site, just hit Mason Dodd. That's yours truly. There we'll go over to wide receiver. I've moved Higgins down with this injury. I moved Higgins down to wide receiver 25, where honestly, I would just rather not risk it myself. I'd rather just take like the guaranteed play of DJ Moore, where with DJ Moore, you're looking at a receiver that you do have the target competition, but it's a good matchup. And at the same time, you kind of know what to expect. With Higgins, I have absolutely no idea. Okay. Now, Tobia coming out says Olave or McMillan. I'm going to go with Olave. Obviously, McMillan's in a much better offense. I'm pretty damn confident I know what the role for Olave is going to be. However, we're with McMillan. It's more so just a projection. I mean, it would be great if he comes out and obviously he plays pretty much every snap. That's what you're hoping for, but it's just not a guarantee. So I don't know. Myself, I would. I don't know. If I had McMillan, I'm just waiting a week. Love him on my bench. Same thing with Ricky Pearsall. Love him on my bench. Excited about long-term upside. But to play them right away, I think is very tough. Again, I do want to reiterate. You don't get extra points for being the first, to start them their first week that they break out. You don't get extra points for starting them on their breakout. Now, going over to our next question, CK says Gibbs or Dobbins. I think Dobbins is an absolute crusher. I think I would love to get both players in our lineup if possible. For me, I would go through and I would take J.K. Dobbins, where you do have, I would go with Jahmyr Gibbs. I apologize. You do have the better offensive line. You have the better offense. You have the receiving role. You have a red zone role. So you have touchdown upside here as well. I think it's a very easy spot to just look at Gibbs as a must-start player every single week. Zach says Chuba Hubbard or Darnell Mooney. It's definitely going to be Chuba. I mean, I do want to reiterate, of course, that I am pretty much always wanting to go through and always wanting to take the running back with the guaranteed 3-down workload over the shaky up and down wide receiver flex play. Even if it's in a bad offense, like guys like Pollard, Mooney, where you're going to get 20-plus opportunities, you just simply have to start over someone like, guys like Pollard and Hubbard, you simply have to start over somebody like Mooney. Now, Ryan says Ladder Waddle. For me, I don't think it's close. For me, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Jalen Waddle. I actually have both guys in the flock league, and I'm doing this myself. If I'm looking at what we have with Ladd, I mean, obviously, I hope that Ladd comes out and continues to crush, but I am pretty concerned about Herbert going for over 300 passing yards. And Ladd's still not cracking 10 fantasy points. And we know this Chargers offense is one of the offenses in the NFL that is looking to just run the ball consistently if possible and not necessarily going to be asking Justin Herbert to drop back 40 plus times a game. Austin says Bigsby or Waddle. Now, this is an interesting question. Obviously, it's only interesting if Travis Etienne does not play, but it sounds like Etienne won't be playing. When you're looking at Bigsby in a full PPR format, he has 2 receptions so far this season. The receiving volume just simply is not going to be there. Looking at Waddle, hasn't had a double-digit performance since week 1, but the offense should be dramatically better with Tua, especially the passing offense, of course. Can y'all please spam the chat? Would y'all rather have Bigsby or Waddle here? Can you please spam the chat? Do you want Bigsby or Waddle? We got Waddle, Bigsby, Waddle, 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 Bigsby. Bigsby, Waddle, Waddle, Waddle. Waddle, Waddle, Bigsby. I'm right there with you. I'm going to go Waddle over Bigsby. If it was a non-PPR format, give me Tank. But the issue is not only the lack of receiving usage that you have for Tank Bigsby, but at the same time, you are looking at an offense that's probably going to be in a much worse environment, where specifically you are like 4-point dogs to the Packers, where last week, obviously, they were able to just go out there and run the ball over and over and over again against the Pats in the second half. Probably not going to be the case this week. Jack says Lockett or Debo. Everything that I have read has made it seem like Debo Samuel's good to go with no real limitations. I think you can use the illness and the wrist injury as a tiebreaker to get away from Debo Samuel. But for me, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Debo here. Keep in mind, I mean, while yeah, it sucks that he is kind of a question mark with the injury stuff, at the same time, you have no Ayuk, and you also have no Jennings. So you should get the expanded role. And I actually just went to pull up the projections that you had on Debo as well, seeing if there was an interesting pick'em. And it looks like Underdog just dropped discounts in the lobby. Very, very interesting. What discounts do we get? For NFL, you got a discount. Josh Allen. You could possibly go higher than 199.5 passing yards. Mahomes higher than 203.5 passing yards. I think you don't get both of these, but you do get to choose one if you wanted. So if you think Allen hits 200 passing yards, you can go ahead and you can take Allen to have 200 passing yards and Brian Thomas to score a touchdown. And their $10 would win about $40.20. I probably am going to keep those promos, though, because I don't know what we want yet. And I do want to remind you, definitely, if you have not taken advantage of it already, make sure you go take advantage of the free Malik Neighbors pick that we got you set up with. If you go ahead and use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, it doesn't matter if you did it a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, yesterday, today, or tomorrow. You will have that free Malik Neighbors pick. My favorite pick 'em right now is going to be Brian Thomas score a touchdown, Malik Neighbors free pick. And that's $10 to win 40. So essentially, if Brian Thomas scores a touchdown, it's $10 to win 40 on Underdog. If you use that free Underdog promo there with Neighbors. Now, looking at this with our next question, Dookie coming out says Hopkins, Worthy, or Olave. For me, I would go ahead and I probably would take Olave. Hopkins, I think, could be the play if maybe it was traded last week and we knew that you were going to get the snaps, you were going to get the routes, you were going to get the targets. But here, there's just too much uncertainty with what exactly the role is going to be like. So I think I would rather just take the guy that we know is going to have the role. A Manjo coming out says Ferguson or Kate Otten in a half PPR format. Honestly, I think it is up to you. I think it is a very close call. Obviously, Kate Otten is a much more appealing play now that you have the injuries to the receivers there in Tampa, and it's a lot easier to project out the volume for him. But let me move this over and try to answer the questions that we had come in on the site real quick, and then we'll get back to the questions in the live chat. And we're going to be live streaming all the way till kickoff, trying to answer as many questions as we possibly can. Obviously, if you have not done so already, please go down there, hit that like button. We live stream every single day. I've not missed a day in 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. 5 years strong now, not missing a day of live streaming during the season, answering all your questions. So for whatever reason you have not hit that like button, where Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important stream for you to do so. If you've not subscribed, I have no idea what the hell you're waiting for. And moving this over to the questions on the site. Of course, if you wanted to ever get a guaranteed answer, you'd always go over to flockfantasy.com, where if you hit that button in the top right corner that says expert advice, there you can actually send in a super message, start sit question, trade question, or get a full-blown team review, whatever you are wanting. I would highly recommend, if you wanted to take advantage of that team review offer, though, to go over to Underdog Fantasy, where here on Underdog, if you use promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you're going to get that free Malik Neighbors pick, more than less than half a total yard for the Monday night game. And on top of that, if you're new to Underdog Fantasy, you're going to be getting that free Dak Prescott pick, more than less than half a total yard for tonight's game, a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. And at the same time, you'll be getting a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single day. So make sure you take advantage of that. And it looks like Underdog actually dropped a decent amount of promos here, where you have the discounts on Allen, Mahomes. And like I said, if you use code FLOCK, you also have the free Malik Neighbors picks too. But you can find that link in the live chat. Let me go through and let me pull up our next few questions on the site. Now, no one coming out with this next question says, deciding to send this or Terry and JT, if the first offer is rejected, worth it after this trade? Okay, so I definitely think if we could sell James Cook and Terry McLaurin and go get Justin Jefferson, it'd be an absolute no-brainer. Now, Jonathan Taylor and Terry McLaurin would definitely be a little bit tougher. With that being said, I mean, you are in a situation in which Jefferson's already through the bye. None of the other guys that we're talking about have made it through. So you're getting the extra week from Jefferson. Jefferson's also the best player in the deal as well. So for me, I think I go ahead and I take Jefferson on the initial deal. The Jonathan Taylor one, you can go Jefferson as well. It'll just be a lot closer. Now, TJ coming out with our next question. They say, start sit. We're here at running back. We're choosing between Jordan Mason and James Conner. I'm going to go Jordan Mason in a good matchup in an environment in which we have no CMC. So we should see 90+% of the opportunities in this backfield, or at least that's what we've had so far this season. Going down to the wide receiver positions, Brian Thomas Jr., I think, is a must-start name every single week with Devontae Adams. If you wanted to go with somebody else, it would be DJ Moore, but we're going to play it safe here at the flex spot. We're going to go with the running back that has the guaranteed usage, that 3-down workload with James Conner. So let's go Conner there at the flex. And let me go ahead and move this over to our next question. Ooh, I apologize for that. This next question's coming out from James. We're here. Running back, we're going to go ahead. We're going to be jamming in Tank Bigsby with no Travis Etienne. For the flex spot, I think we are going to go ahead. We are sadly going to be playing Marvin Harrison Jr. Obviously, if we knew for a fact that Rachaad White was going to see the same receiving usage that he had a week ago, that this wasn't something we had to worry about turning into a committee, with Bucky and Sean Tucker. Earlier in the week when I thought Tucker was out, we were going through and we were jamming in Rachaad White everywhere. When we thought Bucky was out. If Bucky somehow is a surprise inactive, you go ahead and you play Rachaad White here for sure. Now, moving this over to our next question. This one's coming out from Mofa. Says, bench Stroud, start Aaron Rodgers, or pick up. I would play Stroud. I understand that last week it was disgusting, and definitely the passing volume's not nearly as exciting as it was when you had Nico Collins in. But still, I think the main thing that I would want to be changing is who we have currently in the flex spot, where we are sitting with Khalil Shakir. My thing with Shakir is I just don't see the path for him. Now that you have Keon expanding and you have Amari Cooper good to go as well. So looking at this, I think I may play Moss instead of Shakir. Can y'all please spam the chat real quick? Who would you rather have rest of season? I'm not rest of season. I apologize. Who would you rather be playing this week? Now that Amari Cooper is in Buffalo, now that Chase Brown is taking over as the guy in Cincinnati, would you prefer to go with Shakir or do you prefer to go with Zach Moss? Please let me know in the live chat. And also, Caesar, thank you so much for getting rid of the bots. Now, Shakir, Moss. Shakir, Moss. Shakir, Moss. Shakir, Moss. Shakir, Moss. I think it's close. Yeah, technically it's a revenge game for Moss. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. Technically, yes, Moss is a Bill, but the Bengals are playing the Eagles this week, so I don't know why that's relevant at all. I'm okay with it. I just personally wouldn't want to. I would rather get away from Shakir if we could. He had a couple good games with touchdowns early in the season, but Keon Coleman expanding his role and Amari Cooper now in this offense as well as wide receiver one, I think it'll be much tougher. Now, AC coming out here at wide receiver. I think we go ahead. I think that we are going to be rolling the dice with Ricky Pearsall. Most people I'm going to be telling to bench Pearsall this week. I'm really excited about the possible upside and what he could do for our underdog teams. But the reality is, it's just very difficult to know exactly what the snaps, the routes are going to look like in an environment in which it's his second NFL game ever, and we really have not seen anything from him so far. Now, obviously, it's a good offense. He should have a decent little shot here with no Deebo Samuel, as well as no Deebo. Sorry, with no Ayuk and no Jennings. Deebo is good to go. Clearly, we slept for 4 hours last night. Going down to the flex spot. Here, I think we go with Rico Dowdle and send up a prayer that Dalvin Cook is not playing. Okay, we need a reset here. Dear God. Dalvin Cook's playing. We send up a prayer that Dalvin Cook doesn't have a decent workload. Okay, let's reset. Let's bring it in. Let's stretch. We were answering questions till like 12:30, 1 a.m. last night. So we are struggling a bit here to get this together, but we'll wake up any second now. Any second now, we will be up. Now, moving over to our next question. This one is coming out from Kendrick. It says, start sit. We're here at running back. We are going to go ahead and we are going to be putting in Tracy over Madison. Both running backs are absolutes in garbage situations, in garbage matchups should be some of the worst offenses in the NFL this week. Right now, you actually have sportsbooks projecting out the New York Giants to be the worst offense in the NFL in terms of their implied team total. So it's not a super easy spot to say to go ahead and start Tracy. Going over to tight end, we are going to play Laporta over Kraft. Don't love it. And then here in the flex, I think I'm going to go with Tank Dell this week. Rest of season, we are more likely than not going to go ahead and we are going to be playing DeAndre Hopkins. I just think it would be difficult to trust Hopkins right away here. Now, BZ Young coming out. Here, quarterback, we are going to go Daniels over Baker with the assumption that he does play. Obviously, we would expect that maybe he runs the ball a little bit less with the rib injury, but still the passing volume can get there. And then going down to the flex spot, I think that I would still play Higgins over Bigsby if we knew that Higgins is 100%. But on the off chance that Higgins is a less on roll due to the quad and we have no Travis Etienne, we go Tank Bigsby. If Etienne does surprise and Etienne actually does end up playing here, then we would pivot over and instead we would actually probably go ahead and put Higgins in the lineup. Now, if Etienne plays and Higgins doesn't, then at that point, we are going to go ahead and we'll pivot to Tyler Lockett as the last option. Now, Bobby coming out to 6-1, 59% favorite. Is it a situation where we want to play it safe with T over Njoku? These would definitely be the two guys that you're looking at. If Higgins plays, I'm not playing Njoku over him. Fundamentally, always the worst spot to be playing a tight end in the flex spot. While at the same time, if you're looking at this, you're in a situation in which the Bengals consistently project to be one of the best offenses in the league. Whereas even with Jameis under center, sportsbooks do have the Cleveland Browns as a bottom 4 offense in the NFL in total points scored. So obviously we're going to have to monitor to see if Higgins actually is going to be playing. Right now, we just simply don't know. But if Higgins is active, I would play him over Njoku. But if Higgins is out, Njoku's the other guy you go with. Now, let me refresh this and see if we have any other questions coming in. This one coming out from Nato 2000. Here at quarterback, we go with Daniels over Kyler. We're going to go with Waddle over McLaurin. Obviously, with Daniels being good to go, I think that it's a lot more interesting to go ahead and play McLaurin here instead of Waddle. McLaurin's been much better so far this season. But I don't know if we want to play both Washington options and take on the risk with the Daniels injury. Whereas I think Waddle, you have a great matchup. I think you're in a great offense too now that Tua is back in. Now, our next question coming out from Potato says, I have Lamb. Do we go with the stack? Based off what we have seen from Anthony Richardson so far this season, I think it'd be extremely difficult to start Anthony Richardson until we get a week where he either runs the ball a little bit more or the passing, he just looks like a more accurate passer. I mean, as things stand right now, like I have Anthony Richardson in the Flock League, and in my mind, he's probably a little bit too strong of an option to just go out there and straight up cuts. But I'm definitely not playing him. I think you go with Dak. A tough matchup, though. Now, Clay coming out says, flex with no T, and then do we play Burrow or hope for Daniels? From what I've read, Daniels is trending towards being good to go. I thought that the Commanders... If you have Burrow and you don't want to roll the dice, I think you can go ahead and you can take Burrow instead of Daniels if you don't have 100% confirmation that Daniels will be good. But last I read, it sounded like Jaden Daniels is trending towards playing. Going over to running back, Walker and Gibbs, absolute must-start guys. You just absolutely jam them in. Wide receiver, London and St. Brown, must-start players, jam them in. And down in the flex spot, if Higgins plays, you go with T. Higgins. If Higgins misses, I'm probably going to go ahead and play Rico Dowdle. But it's a tough matchup, and at the same time, you potentially have some Dalvin Cook here, which is a little bit worrisome. But yeah, obviously plan A is Higgins. We're hoping Higgins plays. Now, Chef Dare coming out. Here for the flex, we are looking at Brian Thomas, DJ Moore, Najee Harris. I think it's very easily Brian Thomas. I mean, outside of the week where they had to travel to London and had a brutal matchup against the Chicago Bears, Brian Thomas Jr. has been printing 20-point games. Obviously, it's not the best matchup in the world going up against Green Bay, but still, it's a situation in which you actually probably see more Trevor Lawrence dropbacks than what you had this past week against the Pats, just because obviously they're going to have to play keep up with this Packers offense. Now, let's move this over and refresh. I think maybe we had 2 more questions that came in on the site. Then we can get back to the questions in the live chat. We actually had 3. Pickle Rick coming out says, I also have Cedric Tillman, unsure who to start. I have no interest in Cedric Tillman myself. Going back to what we were talking about previously, this is going to be a very bad Browns offense. Not only is it going to be a bad Browns offense, but at the same time, you're in a situation in which, in my mind, Jerry Jeudy as well as David Njoku should project out as the top options here. So to go through and play I don't know. To go through and play Tillman, I think it would be extremely aggressive. I think you go with Kamara, and then for the flex, you have to go with David Montgomery. I mean, Montgomery, just a phenomenal matchup. And then at wide receiver, we will go with McLaurin over Harrison now that Daniels looks to be good to go. I would like to find a different waiver wire option than Russ, though. I don't think Russ is going to have the rushing points that he did this past week. And also, at the same time, it's a game environment in which they can probably just run the ball in the second half. Now, Micro coming out with our next question. Here, tight end, we are going to go with McBride over Kate Otten. We are going to go Dobbins as a must-start flex play, and then we're going to go Diggs as well. If we knew that Deebo Samuel was 100% good to go, absolute no hesitation, you didn't have to worry about the pneumonia at all. I think you could go with Deebo. But my thought process is you're so strong with this team in particular. I don't necessarily see the reason in which you need to go through and you need to roll the dice. I think that you are going to be just fine here regardless. So I think this is a team that can afford to bench Deebo. Now, Mindoring coming out here at wide receiver. Tyreek Hill, obviously, jam him in. Deebo versus Brian Thomas and Amari Cooper. I think it will all be very close here. Dear God. Yeah, we have to go with a team that's this strong. Again, I don't mind benching Deebo Samuel. I think I'll probably rank Deebo over Brian Thomas Jr. this week. It's because the thing with Deebo as well is he's in a much better offense. You have no Ayuk. You have no Jennings. We're being told that he is good to go. I don't know. Brian Thomas Jr.'s an absolute crusher. I think Deebo Samuel's set up in the perfect spot if fully healthy. We just don't know the status of his health at the moment. So it is a very tough spot. I think you can kind of go either way here. And it is going to be up to you, to be honest. It is going to be up to you. Now, let's move this over and answer some of the free questions that we have in the chat, please. If you have not done so already, if you have any questions you want answered, drop them in the chat. Also, if you have any moderators that can get rid of the spammers, that'd be great. In terms of the fake websites that are going to give you a virus, for the love of God, don't go to them to watch an NFL game. And also, if you have not hit that like button yet, I don't know what you're waiting for. It looks like less than 10% of y'all have dropped a like on this live stream. I mean, we are live streaming every single day. We have not missed a single day of streaming during the fantasy football season. And God knows how long. I mean, we went every day in 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, and now 2024. So since we started, it's been an everyday occurrence. So Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. If you're ever going to hit that like button, please ask that you do it now. T-Dubs, happy to see you, my friend. But let's move this over. And our first question is going to be Waddle or McLaurin at the flex. I don't think that there's a reason in which you need to go through and you need to roll the dice with McLaurin here. I think obviously McLaurin's been an exciting play. He's been much better than Waddle so far this season, but you have a banged up Daniels. I'm assuming he does play, but still. Whereas if you're going to look at what we get with Waddle, you have Tua good to go. Not only is Tua good to go, but at the same time, you actually have the Dolphins offense projecting out to be a top 5 offense in the NFL this week. Like last week when Sportsbooks put out the Commanders to be the highest scoring offense in the league against Carolina. We did have, I want to say, Terry McLaurin ranked at wide receiver 10. Like McLaurin was the top 10 receiver for us last week. I just think it's a tougher situation to put him there this week. Now moving over to our next question. This one's Chase Brown or Ramondre Stevenson. This is going to be Chase Brown easily. Much better offense, similar amount of opportunities. Like I would absolutely love, if possible, to go through and pivot off of Ramondre in the Flock League to Chase Brown. I wouldn't think twice about it either. I'd do it in a heartbeat. Now, I'm going to have to go through. I'm going to have to remove some of these spammers real quick. So we're going to have to actually close that. We have Ray says start Singletary, Tracy, or Zach Moss. I think you go ahead. I think that you take Tracy. I'm not excited to play Tracy by any means. And that this is a running back in which sportsbooks are projecting the Giants to be the worst offense in the NFL this week. Bad offense to begin with, plus a horrible matchup going up against Pittsburgh. Now, that being said, it does appear that Tracy has kind of turned into the starting RB here. I wonder what's the projection that you have with the Giants running backs? Like what is Tracy projected for? Singletary's higher, lower, 30.5 rushing yards. They have Tracy and Singletary projected for the same points. Am I too high on Tracy? Can everybody let me know in the live chat? Am I wrong to assume that Tracy is the starting running back here with the Giants? I thought based off the usage that we had last week and what Tracy has shown that he would be the guy in New York. If you go ahead and look at my rankings this week, I mean, I put Tracy, I want to say I definitely put him well ahead of Singletary. I put Tracy at RB33. So it's like, yeah, the worst starting running back in the league. But I have him behind some other like committee backs that are in better offenses like Moss and Mostert. So I do want to reiterate, I'm not excited to start Tracy by any means, but my expectation is that he is the starter. Of course, I'm an idiot. I could be wrong. Matt Walters says Winston or Richardson. So I know a lot of people, including myself, we like to think back on the good old Jameis Winston days where you're able to go through and you're able to look at the 30 passing touchdowns, the 30 interceptions, where the man just goes absolutely nuclear. Now, with that being said, that was a long, long time ago. Like, even looking at what Jameis has done, let's look at the game log here. Because we got to see him start in New Orleans, right? It's not like Jameis Winston never got his shot, never got to start for the New Orleans Saints. So the last time we saw him, he had the 5,000 passing yards. You had the 30 passing touchdowns as well. Let's go through and let's figure out when's the last time you had a very high ceiling in fantasy for Winston. Obviously, 2024, he hasn't had an opportunity. 2023, get a game started here against the Vikings. 25 pass attempts, 122 passing yards. 122 passing yards, 2 passing touchdowns, and 2 interceptions. We go back to 2022, where he had a couple games started here in New Orleans. In the couple games started, he had 4 passing touchdowns and 5 interceptions. We go to 2021. Here, 222 passing yards, 279 passing yards, 226 passing yards, 128 passing yards, 111 passing yards, 148 passing yards. These coaching staffs aren't allowing Jameis to go out there and do what he did in 2019. 2019 Jameis with the 33 passing touchdowns to the 30 interceptions with the 5,100 passing yards is gone. It's done. You go and look at Sportsbook projections right now. They're also projecting out the Browns to be a bottom 3 offense in the NFL. So for you to go through and for you to just assume that Jameis is a viable fantasy option, I don't even think he's worth a roster spot. I think it's a really bad supporting cast around him. He doesn't have Evans. He doesn't have Godwin. Instead, you're rolling with Cedric Tillman and Amari Cooper. I would definitely go Anthony Richardson over him. Anthony Richardson could also be a bad real-life quarterback, but at least give you some rushing upside. Yeah, Jameis, 1, is not interesting at all in fantasy unless you're playing in a Superflex league. And 2, at the same time here, I don't think you say, oh, Jameis is starting. Remember how good Mike Evans and Chris Godwin were with Jameis Winston. That was Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. Mike Evans and Chris Godwin are great with anybody. It doesn't necessarily mean like, oh my gosh, David Njoku's a top 3 tight end now. Or, oh my gosh, Jerry Jeudy's a must-start wide receiver. Expectations are maybe he's a little bit better than Watson, because you can't be worse. But it goes from horrific quarterback play in this offense to pretty bad quarterback play in this offense. At least that's my expectations. Now, real quick, we are 1 like away from hitting 1,600 likes on the stream. If you have not done so already, please go down there, hit that like button. I mean, Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us. So if you're ever going to hit that like button, I'd ask for you to do it now. Let's see. Ben Quavia says Roma Dunze or Ricky Pearsall. I'm going to go ahead and for this week, I'm going to go with Pearsall. I think most teams probably should look to bench him. But I mean, if this is the question here, realistically speaking, the concern with Pearsall is he may not be the wide receiver one. You may have Debo, blah, blah, blah. You have Kittle. But I mean, here with Rome's in a worse offense where you have DJ Moore, you have Keenan Allen, and you have Cole Kmet. So I think it's actually a more crowded offensive situation in Chicago than it is in San Fran. I'd rather not start Ricky Pearsall this week if we can avoid it. I would rather wait a week and see what he actually looks like, but I don't know. There, I think you can go with it. Now, K-Ton says Wilson or Pickens. Appreciate you, my friend. I think we are going to go ahead. We're going to expect some regression from this Pittsburgh Steelers offense. I think you go ahead and you play Garrett Wilson. And that if you are looking at Wilson here, this is, I mean, a receiver that is in an offense that sportsbooks are saying should get to be much better going into the future, starting this week, while at the same time, you have no Allen Lazard, so you potentially have a little bit of a larger role. Patriot says Pollard, Bigsby, or Mostert. Definitely not Mostert. It's really just between Pollard and Bigsby. If you played in a non-PPR format, this would very, very easily be Tank Bigsby. Non-PPR league, Tank Bigsby is going to give you more touchdown upside. I think you're in a better offense. I think you have more big play potential. You have a better matchup. My only hesitation is if it's a full PPR format where we know you're going to get 20-plus opportunities for Pollard, where Pollard is going to give you the receiving usage as well out of the backfield. I think you have to go ahead. I think you have to, if it's a full PPR format, I think you have Pollard. Now, this is what I've been waiting for all day. I have been waiting for approximately 26 years of my life for somebody to come out with this comment. Billy Vaughn, I hope that you don't mind that I take a screenshot of this, that I print this out, that I put this on the wall behind us, because finally someone acknowledges the elephant in the room, that when I say I'm 6'6" and 260 pounds and freaking jacked to the gills, and y'all think I'm joking, now we got proof. All right. You can see Billy coming out saying, Mason, I didn't know you were 6'6", 260 pounds, pure muscle. You're definitely not going bald. Your hairline's phenomenal. You're definitely not looking at going through and getting a hair transplant in Turkey anytime soon. That's exactly the kind of comment I was looking for. Thank you for coming out with the support and really appreciate it, my guy. Now, Fishiguro says, Super Jack, Chuba Hubbard, or Rashad White. I'm going to go with Hubbard. I think that White would have been the very easy play if you had no Bucky, but now that you have no, I don't know. Now that Bucky is playing and you have no Jonathan Brooks, I think you probably need to go through and you probably need to take Chuba Hubbard for another week here. But obviously White's receiving usage may look appealing with the Godwin and Evans injury. Mike says those turkey hair transplants are legit. All jokes aside, I really do want one. I probably wouldn't do it in Turkey. I'd probably do it in the U.S., but I want one, dear God. I've been looking at the Instagram reels where they're just showing me like, oh, here's my cooked hairline before, here's my hairline after. Like, oh, I need it. Okay, now, Superstar says, dang, Mason, didn't realize that you're 6'6", jacked and have a super good hairline. Thank you. Harrison or Chuba Hubbard? I think we are most likely going to go ahead and take Chuba Hubbard here yet again this week. It does suck, but when you are looking at a garbage offense, the running back can still get there if he has the receiving role and he's going to see 20-plus opportunities, which is what we should expect to have from Chuba Hubbard this week. I mean, the second that Jonathan Brooks comes in, obviously when this turns into a running back by committee, then at that point, we're probably not interested in going through and starting Hubbard, but still. Okay. Now, Jared says, hairline's immaculate. Thank you, my friend. Pittman, Dowdle, or Tillman? I will go ahead. I definitely not Tillman. Tillman's the last answer here. I'm going to go ahead. I'd probably take Dowdle. I'm definitely going to be monitoring what we have specifically with the injury. I'm sorry, not the injury, but the addition of Dalvin Cook into this offense and trying to see if Dalvin will impact Dowdle going into the future. Obviously, we don't love the matchup that Dowdle has against the Niners. But I mean, with that being said, you still have a better offensive environment than whatever Anthony Richardson's doing in Indy. Now, Emler the Great says, Mason, I know you're probably too tall to see my comment. Well, sadly, I was luckily able to peep down underneath and find it for you, my friend. But should we trade Amon-Ra for Kyren Williams? Really going to be up to your team. I mean, if you look at my rest of season ranks, I have Amon-Ra St. Brown and Kyren Williams extremely close here. I have Kyren at 4, St. Brown at 7. They're both options that are already through their bye week. They're both options that are must-start players every single week, regardless of what the matchup is. Honestly, I wouldn't fault you for going one way or another. If you played it in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, there's where I'm probably a little bit more excited about Kyren. But let me move over and get to some more of the questions that we have on the site. Definitely want to reiterate, of course, if you wanted any guaranteed answers to your questions, 1, you could talk about how tall, jacked, and handsome we are. Or 2, you can always go over to flockfantasy.com. You can hit the expert advice button in the top right corner or hit the link in the live chat that says ask a question here. If you hit that comment button in the top right corner that says expert advice, you're going to be getting the team review, trade questions, start sit questions, super message. If you wanted a team review, however, I would definitely recommend taking advantage of the offer that we have on Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you're actually going to be getting a free Dak Prescott pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight. And Underdog's actually rolling out a couple additional promos. One, I believe they have a site-wide promo where you can get the Josh Allen discount where you can go higher than 199.5 passing yards on Allen. Obviously not a guarantee, but a discounted pick. Same thing with the Mahomes discount. And if you use code FLOCK, whether that was last night, yesterday, today, tomorrow, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, last year, as long as you use code FLOCK, you're also going to get the free Malik Neighbors pick, more than less than half a total yard. And if you were looking at what you wanted to pair up one of those free picks with, my favorite pairing at the moment would be the free pick with Brian Thomas Jr. to score a touchdown, and that'd be $10 to win a little over 40. So that's what I would be looking at if you were wanting. Just make sure you go through the link in the live chat that says free Dak Prescott pick, and also set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address. That way I can go ahead and I can hook you up with that free team review voucher. Let's move this over for B. Phil. Going to be excited to check this out for you, my friend. Says, hey, Mason, thank you for streaming legit every day. Need a receiver and a flex. Montgomery, Reed, Thomas, or Amari. Really do appreciate you, my friend. Here for the flex, it's crazy that Dave Montgomery is an option. You have to go with Montgomery, though. This is the absolute best matchup you could ask for. Going up against Tennessee, you do have the Lions as like 11-point favorites. So presumably the Lions should be able to run the ball over and over and over again. Looking at what we have with our other options, I think really the only thing you could potentially talk yourself into is pivoting off of Jaden Reed for either Brian Thomas Jr. or Amari Cooper. In reality, I think all these receivers are incredibly close. Could y'all please spam the chat? Who would you rather start this week? Do you want to start Amari Cooper, Brian Thomas Jr., or Jaden Reed? Reed, Thomas, or Amari? Reed, Thomas, or Amari? Please let me know what direction you're going with. We got Reed, Thomas, Amari, Thomas, Amari, Thomas, Amari, Reed, Thomas, Reed, Amari, Thomas, Reed, Amari, Reed. It does Thomas. It looks like it's literally split in every single direction here. All I know is Montgomery is a phenomenal option with both the floor and ceiling combo. So I'd for sure play Montgomery in the flex. But then when we go down to what you have with the wide receiver 2 slot, I don't think you can go wrong with any of these guys. I wish I had a right answer. Now, T. Toity coming out. I'm assuming they're asking us Bigsby or Najee in the flex. I will go ahead. I will take Tank Bigsby under the assumption that we have no Travis Etienne. Obviously, the Jags game is before the Steelers game, though, so we should get confirmation with that. Neither running back's going to catch the ball. I personally do think we're going to have some regression in both offenses this week. But I have a little more faith with the big playability of Bigsby, and I think Bigsby just has a little bit more juice at this point of his career. Now, moving over to our next question. This is coming out from Kupitan. Start sit question where we need a wide receiver 2. Wide receiver 2, we are going to go ahead and we are probably going to be taking Brian Thomas Jr. or Amari Cooper, and up to you. For the flex, we're going to go with the other guy. Deebo Samuel will most likely be the answer most weeks here for you. My thought process with Deebo is, I don't know, you have a strong enough team where you don't necessarily need to roll the dice here. So I think you can afford to bench Deebo this week. Just make sure that he is 100% good to go from the ammonia. I'm sorry, not the ammonia. The, actually, yeah, whatever the hell it's called. And also dealing with the wrist injury. So I think you go ahead and you bench Deebo, but it is tough. Because obviously no Ayuk, no Jennings. I would like to get him in. Phil, always happy to see you. Trading Chuba and Ladd for Brian Thomas Jr. Absolute no-brainer. I mean, with the possibility that we get Jonathan Brooks back in next week or the week after, Chuba Hubbard turns into a running back that just simply you cannot start. Knowing that he would be stuck in one of the worst offenses in the league, in a committee, and possibly the lesser half of that committee as well. So I think you go ahead and you take Brian Thomas Jr. Now, Nick Sava coming out with a start set says, let me know what you think. Help me out. I'm really stuck on JTK or Cook this week and Tua or Kyler. Appreciate you, my friend. Looking at this, the main thing that we are wanting. Did you say JK? Okay, you go JK for sure. And we go with Kyler over Tua if it's a 4-point passing touchdown format. I mean, the Dolphins are favored in this game by, I want to say, 4.5 points. If it was a 6-point passing touchdown format where the rushing upside of quarterback's not going to matter as much, I think you can go ahead and make the argument for Tua. But here, 4-point passing touchdown league, I think you go Kyler over Tua. I think you go Dobbins over James Cook. It is very, very close. But with Dobbins, even with this offense being a little less run heavy last week, we still did have the encouraging usage in that you really didn't have another running back in this offense get used. So I think you can go ahead and you just play Dobbins here if you wanted. Now, can somebody that's in the live chat that is out here very, very often, to the point where I would know their name, please send a message so I can make you a moderator. That way you're able to get rid of the spam fake websites that are trying to give computer viruses with the NFL streaming stuff. So if somebody is out here super often and you think I will recognize your name, preferably if you've sent a donation on the site too, that way I know you're not going to be trolling me. Be great if you could send me something. Isaiah's out here to take care of it. Isaiah, I really appreciate you. If you could take care of those bots, that would be great. Okay. Bots. Let's move this over to our next question from Tyler. Here we started Puka. Congrats. I was not smart enough to start Puka on Thursday, sadly. Here I think you go Flowers, assuming that he is good to go. I mean, from what I could tell, Flowers will be playing. Obviously, this is a situation in which you maybe want to be a little bit hesitant, in which the Ravens aren't going to have to throw the ball consistently, while at the same time, you could potentially make an argument that the ankle injury limits him a bit, but honestly, it just frankly doesn't matter. You go with Flowers, and Ladd McConkey is cleared and good to go as well. Where if you're looking at Ladd, I'm hoping he continues to expand his role. But probably a tough spot to say he's a must-start name. The thing is, like, who the hell am I going to start? Wan'Dale Robinson? The second receiver in the league's worst offense this week? I think it would be very difficult to make that kind of argument. Going over to this start-sit question from Ryatsu. Here we're looking at the flex spot where Bigsby is, honestly, it's either Bigsby or Pollard. I think Bigsby is in the better offense, in the better game environment. The issue is Pollard's going to have the receiving usage with no Spears that Bigsby won't have. So if you're playing in a full PPR format, I reluctantly go Tony Pollard. If you're playing in a non-PPR league, you go Tank Bigsby. And half PPR format's very, very close, but probably Bigsby. But full PPR league, Pollard's going to have the receiving usage. Bigsby won't. Now, Jay Colley coming out says, Burrow or Kyler? We have no Higgins. For me, I'm going to go ahead. I will take Burrow over Kyler. Obviously, Kyler's going to give you a little more rushing upside. But even with Burrow, I'm still more confident in this offense in the passing volume, even without Higgins. And the Komet starting, we're sick and tired of Laporta, not Caporta. We're combining the names. But it's actually really funny as I have both Komet and Laporta as well with my team. And I'm right there with you. I am starting Komet over Laporta. And looking at what we have at running back, I think we go ahead and you jam in James Cook. This team's similar to mine. We're going to go ahead. We're going to play Amari Cooper as well. And then down there in the flex spot, I think we are going to go ahead and we're going to play Chase Brown. If you don't want to play Chase Brown, you would be rolling with Jackson Smith and Jigba with no DK Metcalf. Now, moving this over to Hellboy Jordan. Always happy to see a longtime member of the vlog. Let me go get with both a free trade question as well as a free start sit question, just in case you have anything else here, my friend. Say Mason, strong team here. Traded Walker and Nico for Brees and Neighbors recently. It's a non-PPR formats league based off of total points. We're still a 16 playoff. Okay, great to know that it's still a playoff thing. Because if it was not a playoff and it was just like, hey, total points through the regular season wins everything, then I'd have been very concerned saying, oh, I don't know what we're doing trading for Nico Collins when we get the extra games played from the other guy. But anyway, do I need to make any more moves with this team? Or are we chilling? Thanks, buddy. Good luck today. Good luck, my friend. Really do appreciate you. Team name, C-Mac and Cheese. Right now, we are third in the league analyzer. Looks like we are in a pretty comfortable spot in terms of, and yeah, this is an update that we actually put out on the site. So now if you're in that league where you don't actually have a record, instead you are just playing by points, we get to see like the points standings. So we are only 28 points back from first place. So it does look like we are in a really good spot to make the playoffs, almost a guarantee at this point. Going over to what we have with our quarterback position. We are currently sitting with Lamar Jackson. Obviously, with Lamar, he's a QB that you're able to start every single week, regardless of the matchup. Don't need a backup QB. We'll pick up a backup for week 14 and just stream the position when need be. There are a couple streamers that we could be looking at, so no harm, no foul. I think we just roll with Lamar for now. It is a league in which you only start 2 receivers in 1 flex. So I definitely would prefer to optimize for running back depth rather than wide receiver. Here, running back, we have, 2 long-term running back ones with Brees and CMC. We have Jordan Mason as well to cover for McCaffrey in the short term. So I think Jordan Mason is an interesting sell high candidate depending on what you could be looking at except if we have CMC, and if you were to go through and look to move off of Jordan Mason, then obviously you're putting yourself in a pretty compromising position. At least in the short term here. So I actually would rather hold on to Mason. I like that we're building around some of this running back depth, these guys that are an injury away to make a big difference. I do need to update Dalvin Cook in our rest of season ranks, of course. I mean, Dalvin was someone previously that I literally didn't think about for a second in the rankings, and now I do think we have to move to a range where he is potentially rosterable. Am I excited about Dalvin? Hell no. Could you roster him? Yeah. Like, I think I would rather have Raheem Mostert over Dalvin, but Dalvin's probably down here at like RB 46, 47 alongside guys like Devin Singletary, Roshan, Trey Benson. And then obviously we will reevaluate with what we get from the game today. Dalvin could be moving up, could be moving down. But running back room, completely fine spot. In general, wide receiver, we have top 10 option rest of season. Actually, no, I'm sorry. No, yeah, we have a top 10 option rest of season with Malik Neighbors. Which side did we go? We traded Walker and Nico for Brees and Neighbors. Okay. So I initially read that backwards. Now I understand we got the Neighbors side. So looking at this, I think we can be confident that Neighbors is a wide receiver 1. Obviously, the issue that you may have is this offense is bad enough to the point where we can say that the ceiling's going to be capped here, where you're not going to be looking at I don't know, Justin Jefferson type outcome, and Amon-Ra St. Brown type outcome. We have Waddle, a strong wide receiver 2 candidate. We have Amari, wide receiver 3. We have Rome for the long-term upside. Going over to tight end, we are rolling with Kincaid and Hawkinson. So overall, trying to think of what you could potentially do with this. I think you have a great team. I think that there's very little to do. Running back, waiver wires limited. Wide receiver, nothing on waivers. I mean, if Kincaid comes out here and has a big time pop, I wouldn't even trade Kincaid. Like what? I think you're chilling as is. I think you have a great team, very well balanced format, very well balanced team. Options on waivers aren't that great, but I mean, we're the 3rd best team in the league analyzed, or the 2nd best team in the league standings right now. I think you've already put yourself in a really good spot. I don't think that there is much for us to do. I'm sorry that we weren't really able to help you out here. Like I said, I did hook you up with that free trade question, that free start sit question as well. So if you had anything else that you want to send my way, don't hesitate to do so. I really appreciate you. And yeah, again, I'm sorry that I wasn't able to come up with much for the team. But your mom's favorite coming out with our next question. So Start Sit says, I'm considering starting K-Dot over Harrison. Is that crazy? That is legitimately insane. You 100%, you either go with Harrison or Chase Brown. We're not throwing the tight end into the flex spot. If you hate Marvin Harrison Jr. and you want to say, I don't like the usage, I don't like the passing volume, I think you could make an argument to go ahead and to bench Harrison for Chase Brown. But if the question specifically is Harrison versus K. Dotton, I personally wouldn't be able to. I think I'd have to go through and take Harrison. Okay. Now, D Wheel's coming out with our next question. Says, Cook or Montgomery for running back, and then Wilson or Debo for receiver. I will probably go with Montgomery there at RB, where if you are looking at David Montgomery, I mean, this is a running back in which you have the largest spread of any game in the NFL, the Detroit Lions are projected out to be the highest scoring offense in the NFL this week, according to Sportsbooks. Wilson or Debo, I think the safe play is Wilson. The upside play is Debo. I think you use the tiebreaker of no Lazard to just go ahead and take Garrett Wilson. But obviously, Debo Samuel looks extremely exciting, knowing that you're in a spot with no Ayuk as well as no Jennings. But we got Higgins is officially inactive. T. Higgins is ruled out, ladies and gentlemen. Let me go ahead and let me update the rankings that we have on the site. I actually think rest of season, I may move Higgins down a little bit further here as well. Just knowing, one, you don't get the extra game now, and two, at the same time, it's not a guarantee that Higgins is back next week. So I think I'd rather have Flowers and Olave rest of season now over Higgins. Going to our week 8 rankings, obviously we need to go through and we need to plummet Higgins down to the very bottom. And at the same time, we need to be moving up Andre Yoshivash. Yoshivash is good to go, right? Could y'all please confirm Yoshivash is good? And in that instance, I mean, we saw him early in the season with no Higgins be very much a viable option. I'd rather start him over Palmer, Mike Williams, Tucker, Wilson, Gabe Davis, Shepard, Leggett, Keon, Douglas, Wandell, Shakir, Rome, Tolbert, Sutton. I think I moved Yoshivash up to the range of like Josh Downs. Obviously, we ranked Puka Nacua way too low before the Thursday night game. I don't want to retroactively change that now. If I had one of the Packers receivers like Wicks or Watson, I'd probably go ahead and I still probably start like Dobbs, Wicks, Watson over Yoshivash and hope we get the random spike from one of them. I think it probably does make Jamar Chase wide receiver 1 this week if you didn't have Chase wide receiver 1 as is. And yeah, so let's go ahead and let's update those ranks. So yeah, please make sure you update your lineup if you had Higgins. Now, Jay Morris says, pick 3 out of 4. Waddle, James Cook, Dobbins, and James Conner. So we effectively just have to bench one of these players. I will bench Waddle. We'll play all 3 running backs. If you're looking at the running backs, the thing is, not only do you have the high floor, but at the same time, you have a pretty damn high ceiling as well. So I don't know. I just think when you're looking at the running back that has the guaranteed 3-down workload in a good offense, that's always somebody that you play. Like, what is the downside? 12 carries for 72 rushing yards. Not even, well, say it's lower than that. 12 carries for 48 rushing yards, 3 receptions for 30, 3 receptions for 20. Downside's 9 points. Whereas, obviously, with Waddle, the floor may be extremely high if we get the big play, but the ceiling also may not be comparable. Going over to what we have at quarterback, I think you just play Burrow if Daniels isn't 100% clear to go for the 3 p.m. slate. Here for the other running back slots, I think you... Oh, dear God, this is brutal. Do you just go Tyler Algier? I mean, Algier has been a more effective name than Charbonnet in the game environments in which Bijan and Walker are both good to go. Lamb, London, and Amari will be easy wide receiver plays. And you know what? No, we don't. We're going to mix this up. You go with Debo and Flowers down here in the flex spots. And instead of having to play Algier, you move Jordan Mason from the flex to running back. Yeah, you definitely want to play someone like Flowers over Algier effectively. So move Mason from one of the flex spots up. Now, D-Stock coming out with our next question says, need help on the 2 flexes, please. Thank you. Thank you. Looking at this, flex number 1, Javonte, absolute must-start name here in a great matchup against the Carolina Panthers, where the spread on this game's double digits. You should see this Broncos team look to run the ball over and over and over again. So you play Javonte. I think you're probably going to go ahead and play Amari as well. Now, let's submit that. Let me refresh. I think we have a few more questions on the site before we get back to the questions in the live chats. We actually have a bunch of questions on the site. Thank you so much for everybody sending them in. Obviously, if you wanted to get a guaranteed answer to any of your questions, you'd always go through that link in the live chat that says ask a question here. Or you can just go over to flockfantasy.com and hit the expert advice button in the top right corner. It's going to take you to the same place anyway. There you can send in a super message, start sit question, trade question, or get a full-blown team review, whatever you are wanting. Obviously, if you wanted that team review, I would recommend you take advantage of the offer that we have over there on Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you're going to be getting hooked up with a free Dak Prescott pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight. And you're going to be getting a free Malik Neighbors pick in the game tomorrow night as well if you use code FLOCK. I think Underdog has also dropped a couple of the discounts here for y'all for Sunday morning on top of all this, where you have the Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes, 199 passing yards, 203 passing yards, higher, lower. So make sure you take advantage of that. You can find that link in the live chat that says free Dak Prescott pick. And if you wanted the free team review as well on top of that, just make sure that you go ahead and you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog account so I can hook you up with that free team review voucher. Now, Van Glider's coming out, or Gilder says, if T is out, Mooney, Wandale, or JSN to replace. T is officially out. We are going to go ahead and we're going to take JSN to replace him with no Metcalf. Now, Jordan coming out with our next question here. We are going to go ahead and at wide receiver, we are going to be playing, at the flex spot, we're going to go with a receiver with Devontae Adams, and we're going to go H-in as well now that you have Tua back in. If you wanted to make a pivot, the next best guy that you could get in is Jaden Reed. But for me, I think Reed's going to be a little bit too much boom bust if you're considering the fact that the man has had 1 game so far this season with over 6 targets. So I think it would just be a little bit tougher to get him in. Now, Flea Nice coming out says, happy VR, we need one between Mooney, Ricky, Watson, and Worthy. I think for me, I'm going to go ahead. I will play Mooney this week. I think you can make a strong argument that if we get the ceiling that we want, and if we get the role that we want from Ricky Pearsall, you will be starting Pearsall in the future. But I would like to just see what he looks like in this role before you have to go through and play him. Now, Jay Wood says, lost Godwin and T start to flex full PPR formats. Brutal spot with the injuries. Here, running back. Oh, dear God. Ramondre versus Chubb. I don't want to start either player. I probably go Chubb. However, with Chubb looking like he's in a 2-man backfield, Ramondre looking like he's arguably in a 3-man backfield. I'm looking down at what we have with the wide receiver slot. I don't want to do this at all, but I think you may end up having to go through and start DeAndre Hopkins. Where if you are looking at Hopkins, this is at least a receiver that you have the path to the upside in an offense that projects to be one of the higher scoring teams in the league this week. I don't see how we could go through and start to Mario Douglas, where sportsbooks are telling us that it's going to be a much worse spot for the Pats. Now, looking at quarterback, we have Rodgers, Drake, May to choose for Liriano. I'm going to go with Rodgers. It's a very tough matchup for May. Right now, the Jets are 7-point favorites. So with that in mind, I don't really know how we could take Drake May here. Maybe if May was running the ball a little bit more, I definitely think May has upside, right? Because we have seen him back-to-back games with over 20 points, while at the same time, he's running it some. It's not Daniels level. And going down to the flex spot, I think you just go ahead and you plug and play Amari Cooper. I don't think you have to worry about Terry McLaurin. I mean, considering McLaurin here with the Daniels injury, I don't think you have to roll the dice. You can just play Amari with the guaranteed. Now, our next question coming out from B. Morales. This is a phenomenal. What can we possibly do? I would love to get James Conner in here, but we can't play Conner over Dobbins, Mason, Brees, or Walker. Here's what you do right now. I mean, obviously, maybe it's a little bit too late, but if you potentially could have gone through and traded, say, Jordan Mason and a receiver to go get a wide receiver upgrade, I think that would be very interesting. Yeah, because you can plug and play James Conner, J.K. Dobbins anyway. So phenomenal team there. Tight end, we're going to go Njoku over Kmet. Flex spots, we are going to be going with Devonta Smith and Tony Pollard. I think once you have Spears back in, you can make a strong argument for Rachaad White. But the issue is, in terms of Pollard versus White at the moment, is Pollard's going to have every single touch out of his backfield, where Rachaad White's in a better offense. Rachaad White may be a better running back. We don't know. But what we do know is Rachaad White is in an environment in which you are having to potentially split this backfield with both Bucky and and Sean Tucker, whereas Pollard's going to get absolutely everything. And I actually just saw something get updated with Sportsbooks this week, which will be interesting to point out. We'll go through the best and worst offenses that you should expect in the league. Drake the Ripper coming out with a question. Here we are looking at the flex. It's going to be between DJ Moore and Brian Thomas. For me, I'm going to go ahead and honestly, I think you could consider Brian Robinson as well. I know you said you were considering DJ Moore and Thomas. And if that's the case, I think you go with Thomas. Outside of the one game against Chicago, Thomas has just been printing 20-point weeks. With DJ Moore, you have the target competition in a way that you just simply don't have with Brian Thomas Jr. So I think you can go ahead and roll with it. Now, moving over to our next option. This one's going to come out from Swift Smith. It says, should we start Pollard or pivot? Much appreciated. Really do appreciate you, my friend. Looking at this, I think that Pollard is probably a safe play, just given the amount of volume that you should have. Yeah, I think we go Pollard. The issue, of course, is how bad this offense is, how bad this matchup is. So I'm not going to fault you at all for wanting to get off of Pollard. I just simply don't see which direction you could go with. But let me show y'all something real quick. These are the current live projections that you have for sportsbooks and the best and worst offenses in the league this week. Use this as a general tiebreaker and a rule of thumb of what you should be expecting from offensive output across the league. The highest scoring offenses are supposed to be, and this is the column to look at right here, the live implied team total. The Lions, the Ravens, the Packers, the Broncos, the Niners. Then you have a tier down to the Dolphins, Chiefs, then Bengals, Texans, then obviously the Vikings have already played, but then we get to kind of the average offenses. Well, right now, Washington's actually got the bump with the news that Jaden Daniels may be playing. Now, the worst offenses in the league that you want nothing to do with, you've actually seen, I've been saying that previously, the worst offense in the league was projected out to be the New York Giants. That appears to have changed, where it now appears to be the Carolina Panthers projecting as the worst offense in the NFL with an implied team total of 15 points. Then you get the Giants after that. Then you get the Titans. Then the Raiders. So these are the teams you do not want anybody in. Like the Panthers, you can start Chuba just because raw opportunity. You can start Pollard just because raw opportunity. You lower your expectations. You're not excited about either guy. The Giants, you start Neighbors just because he's a freak of nature. Bowers, you can start in Las Vegas, but I mean, outside of that, I don't even really want to start Olave. I don't want to start anybody in New England. Like the only offense is supposed to be worse than the Patriots this week if you were starting Drake May. According to Sportsbooks, which I'd make the argument Sportsbooks know more than you do, they know more than I do, they know more than all of us, are the Saints, Raiders, Titans, Giants, and Bengals. Like starting the Pats here, I think would be pretty reckless. Then you have the Browns at 18.5, and then you have a tier up to the teams that are projected 20 points in. So just to get some baseline of what you were expecting from these offenses, I really don't like Pollard. But the issue is also, if you wanted to go to Mario Douglas, the Patriots offense should be bad. The Giants offense should be bad. So where do we pivot? I think Pollard, you have the guaranteed opportunity, even if it's a garbage offense. Now, Ray Charles, appreciate you, my friend. I'm going to be excited to go ahead and check this out. It says, good morning, Mason. Who are flexes and my tight end? Okay, so going ahead and looking at the tight end spot, I think you go with Kelsey relatively easily. Should be one of the better offenses in the league this week. I think that this is kind of a bounce back spot here for this offense in KC. And Kelsey is due for some positive touchdown regression as well if you look at the volume that he is getting. Going down to what we have in the flex spots, I think you're just going to go ahead. You're going to sadly probably play Dell and Harrison. Obviously, we had absolute duds this past week. I think you could make a strong argument that you want to go through and you potentially want to get in Jalen McMillan. But for me, I just don't think that there's much interest in starting McMillan his first week in this offense as the full-time player before we actually see what it looks like. So I think we would go ahead and more likely than not, we would go Dell and Harrison. Now, I do want to go over and look at the official actives, inactives that we have right now. Officially, Allen Lazard is inactive for week 8. So maybe you give the slight bump up to Wilson and Adams. If you had Lazard on your team, I would just go ahead and cut him. There's no reason to have him still. Travis Etienne is inactive this week as well. So you are wanting to go through and you are wanting to start Tank Bigsby, a full PPR format. I'm not as excited about it as I would be in a non-PPR league. Wide receiver, Tyreek Hill is good to go. Will Levis is inactive, and you're going to get another Mason Rudolph start. So brutal there. Zay Flowers active for week 8. Bucky Irving active for week 8. So this does damper expectations possibly on Rachaad White. I definitely fell for the report earlier in the week that and we get something. Hopkins will play a significant amount of snaps in week 8. That is great to know. I think we actually probably move Hopkins up our rankings a bit. That is something that I was not expecting, but that's coming from Ian Rappaport. I think that there has to be some validity to it. So let's go ahead and let's update the week 8 rankings, possibly push Hopkins a little bit higher. As the issue is, like, you just didn't know if he was going to play 30-40% of the snaps. So now I think I would play Hopkins over Kirk, Dobbs, Vlad, Olave, Mooney, Worthy, Dell Addison. I'd probably move Hopkins up to being a high-end wide receiver 3, low-end wide receiver 2 this week at about wide receiver 26 if the report's saying that he is going to be playing a significant amount of snaps. That is fundamentally different than what I was expecting previously. And then all our other rankings, we're already up to date. We don't have too many surprises. But Brando Taylor coming out with this question says, don't know whether to start Harrison, Olave, or Flowers. Harrison, Olave, or Flowers. For me, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Harrison. I don't think it's a super easy call. Obviously, Harrison's been very disappointing. The offensive environment here has been just really bad with limiting overall volume in Arizona, specifically with Kyler being a passer. Obviously, Kyler's giving you some rushing upside, but that's not helping Harrison at all. But Olave's in a garbage offense. Flowers is in an offense in which you could potentially expect them to go out there and run the ball consistently against the Browns where they don't have to throw it. And at the same time, Flowers is dealing with a pretty tough ankle injury on top of the game environment that you have. Now, going out for Andrew B says, start 2 receivers, Waddle, Smith, Higgins, Dell, Flowers. I don't trust Higgins when he's injured. Yeah, well, Higgins is now officially out, my friend. So we're going to be going with Smith and Waddle here at wide receiver. We can keep Brian Robinson in at the flex relatively easily. And yeah, 100%, I think we go with these 2 guys. I mean, Zay Flowers is banged up as well. And obviously, Zay Flowers is already a very much up and down option. And this game environment against Cleveland, I think they can just run the ball consistently. Now, Ben coming out with our next question. Here, we need a wide receiver where we are going to go ahead. We are going to be probably playing Jalen McMillan. I don't love playing McMillan his first week in here, but I don't see another path out of it. And then looking at the flex spot, I think it really comes down to Yoshi Vosh and Zach Moss. For me, I would go Moss and say maybe we don't have Chase Brown as the 100% locked and loaded starter here in Cincy. Maybe it's a little bit more of a committee. Obviously, it's a good offense. If you wanted to go Yoshi Vosh over Moss, though, I'm not going to fault you at all with no Higgins. Now, Tua Mini Concussion says, should we start Kyler or Dak? I'm going to go Kyler over Dak. If I'm looking at both quarterbacks, I'm worried about Dak's matchup here. Kyler, I don't think he had the passing volume, but at the same time, I don't know. I mean, you at least have rushing upside where even in the game in which Kyler turns out to be a bum, you can still get by. Now, going over to the flex, I think you go with Waddle. I mean, JSN's definitely interesting, considering the fact that you have no Metcalf, presumably. And obviously, it should be a game environment in which there are a decent amount of passing attempts. For Geno. But I don't know. Waddle, you're going to get the much improved offense with Tua coming back in. I still think you have a very high ceiling weekly. Now, going over to what we have with this next one, coming out from K-Lube says, injury bug hit the team. K-Dot and McMillan feels bad. We're going to go Daniels here, quarterback. Running back, we go with Taylor. Great running back room. Wide receiver, yeah, we have Metcalf. You have to go with McMillan. And then I do think that if you wanted to go Pitts, if you were really worried about him, I would prefer K-Dot over Kyle Pitts Even Pitts has been a little bit more consistent as of late, though, so I'm not going to fault you either way here. Going over to what you have with the flex. It's either Dobbins or Hunt. I think both are absolute crushers. I probably end up going with Dobbins. Obviously, the rushing attack got out of hand a little bit, or got away from the Chargers this past week. But still, this is a team that wants to run the ball. And we saw this past week as well that they were willing to go out there and give Dobbins pretty much everything in this backfield. Now, going over to what we have with our next question from Flea Knight says, we need one running back in a flex between Dobbins, Hunt, Keenan, Dell, Kraft, Rome, and Cade. We're definitely just going to play both running backs. You go with Dobbins and Kareem Hunt. Both 3-down running backs in good offenses that want to run the ball. And decent matchups as well. So I think that you're in a really comfortable spot just to take both RBs, to be honest. Now, let me refresh this, see if we have any more questions coming in. Nick coming out says, thoughts on the 2 flex spots? Thanks. Thank you. Here right now, we are starting Bucky. I would love to get Bucky out of here. I think I'd rather play McMillan. Actually, now that we got the report saying that Hopkins is going to be seeing a significant amount of snaps, I think you can actually go ahead and I think that you can actually play DeAndre Hopkins here, to be honest. If you wanted to pivot from Alexander Madison, I think you could potentially look at McMillan, but definitely not like an easy call here by any means. I mean, I'm trying to think if there's anything that you could reasonably do here other than just jam in Hopkins and Madison. Probably not. You probably go ahead and just play Hopkins and Alexander Madison in the 2 flex spots. My thing with Bucky Irving is it looks like Rachaad White's going to have the receiving usage, so I don't really understand what the upside is with Bucky. Outside of Rachaad White injury, of course. And then at that point, he's a must-start option. Now, Jay Show says, flex help, non-PBR, leaning more in, but wanting your take. Non-PBR format, obviously the running back's typically going to be a little bit more exciting than the wide receiver, but still, even in that instance, I think I go ahead and I play either Pearsall or Ladd McConkey. In a non-PBR format, we are just chasing touchdown upside. And I don't think Warren has the goal line role. I think that is going to be going in the direction of Najee Harris. So I don't see what the upside is for a touchdown here with Warren. So I just go ahead and I'll take Ladd even in a non-PPR format. Non-PPR league is definitely closer. Now, J20 Anderson coming out with a start-sit question. Here for the flex, I think that it's probably a very easy spot to just go ahead and tank Bigsby now that you have no ETN. Obviously, Bigsby's not going to have much as a receiver, but you can say pretty much the same exact thing here with Nick Chubb. So I would probably just take the running back that I believe's in a better offense. That's not coming off the significant injury, which is Tank Bigsby. Now, our next question coming out from, I believe, Flea Nice again says, half PBR single flex. We have Keon for the Josh stack. We have Eckler, Bucky, and Tolbert. I would go ahead. I would probably just take Keon Coleman, kind of regardless of if you have the Josh stack or not. If you were looking at specifically Keon Coleman, obviously it does look like Amari is wide receiver 1 here rest of season, but at the same time, you are in a situation in which he does expand the role this past week. Looks definitely more exciting in this offense. But real quick, if you have not done so already, hit that like button. Once we hit 2,000 likes in the stream, we will pivot back over and start answering more of the questions in the free chat. So if you have not done so already, hit that like button. We have live streamed every single day during the season answering questions in 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024 without missing a day. Sunday morning streams are by far and away the most important for us, though. So if you're ever going to hit that like, I would ask for you to do it now. Now, our next question is going to be coming out from John. It says, non-PPR league, Tillman the only viable waiver wire option. For me, I have absolutely no interest in Tillman, to be honest with you. I think Judy is wide receiver 1. I think David Njoku is their second option in this offense. Realistically speaking, I don't see like what the upside is for the third option in an offense that should be one of the worst in the league. Going over to quarterback, we go Daniels over Russ, of course, assuming Daniels plays, but it sounds like that's going to happen. Going over and looking at what we have at the flex, we have no Higgins anymore. It's really Yoshi Vosh versus Ramondre Stevenson. Non-PPR format, I think we go ahead and we take Ramondre. Obviously, in a non-PPR format, you're a little bit more incentivized to go ahead and take the running back in the flex spot in comparison to wide receiver. But let's move this over to our next question here. And we're going to get some questions in the live chat. So if you have any questions, please drop them in the chat. We'd be happy to try to get to as many as I can. Josh's chat, are we starting Daniels or do we think he's set? So if I'm looking at Jaden Daniels, this is a quarterback that we're being reported will be good to go. Not only is that what the reports are saying, but at the same time, you're actually seeing sportsbooks move the line more in the direction of Washington. So I do think that there is the movement here that kind of backs up what you have with Daniels playing. Now, of course, the issue is going to be that Daniels plays at 3 p.m. So I think it depends on who your other options are. Like if you're looking at Burrow, who plays with the noon slate, versus Daniels, who plays later, I think you can make an argument, just play Burrow. Obviously, if you would be considering like that team right before what we looked at, where they're going like, am I playing Daniels or Russ? There is just an absolute no-brainer where Russ is going on Monday night. So you go, okay, well, I'll play on Daniels. And worst case scenario, if he's not good to go, we can just pivot over to my other option anyway. So I think it depends on your scenario, but if you were like thinking of streaming a quarterback anyway with the noon slate and you had Jaden Daniels, I think you'd always plan on going Daniels and then pivoting over to Russ if need be. Now, Gregory, welcome to being a member of the flock. Killabee says Hunter Henry or Taysom Hill. I'm going to go with Hunter Henry. Now, I do expect to see some regression here in this Patriots offense, but still at the same time, obviously, Drake May has given this offense some life. Henry has looked very good over the past 2 weeks with May under center. So I don't know. I would prefer to go with Hunter. Zan says Tua or Daniels. I'd plan on Daniels and pivot to DJ Moore. Pivot to Russ if he doesn't play. Daniels or Drake May. I for sure go Jaden Daniels. Pivot to Russ if he doesn't play. It's like the thing is, Jaden Daniels, I mean, Drake May versus Russ, I don't think there's a big difference between the two. Jaden Daniels versus those quarterbacks is massive. So if you get the shot to play Daniels, I think you roll the dice there. And I know a lot of people are super excited about Drake May. I understand a lot of people are really excited about this Patriots offense. But I do want to be a little realistic with everyone. Y'all know I've said this 1,000 times now, and I stand by it. Sportsbooks know more than you do. They know more than I do. And we can use their projections to help us make better decisions in fantasy football. I'm sorry, but you're not going to be able to consistently beat sportsbooks over a large sample, and you don't know more than sportsbooks. I don't know more than sportsbooks. I'm willing to accept it. I've looked at the data. I've displayed the data in videos. I hope you know that you're not going to beat sportsbooks. But anyway, looking at this, the only teams that they project out to be worse than the Patriots this week, offensively, are the Saints. Are you excited to start Spencer Rattler? Are the Raiders? Are you excited to start Gardner Minshew? Are the Titans? Are you excited to start Mason Rudolph? Are the Giants? Are you excited to start Daniel Jones? And the Panthers? Are you excited to start Bryce Young? These are the only teams that project out to be worse than the Patriots offensively. I would not view Drake May as some like premium, you start him over Daniels option. That's not to say that this is guaranteed to be the way that these offenses score. But obviously, we are all right now trying to make a prediction. And I would make an argument that the prediction that we are going to be getting from the sports books are probably pretty good. Doesn't mean it's guaranteed to happen. Well, let's see. Drew says Sutton or Bucky Irving. Now, this is a very interesting scenario. Hate to go right back to this, but I think the Broncos offense is like the perfect example of this. The only offense that's projected to score more points than the Broncos this week is the Lions. After that, you have an implied team total of 26 with the Ravens, Packers, and Niners, and then also the Broncos. So the Broncos are expected to be a phenomenal offense yet again this week. I think this makes it where Bo Nix is a viable streamer if need be. I think that this makes it where Javonte Williams is an absolute must-start name. However, Courtland Sutton, in a game where you had Denver drop 30 last week, came out and what? Gave you a goose egg? Like, legitimately, if you didn't watch the game, if you looked at the box score, he didn't have it a target, you wouldn't even know he played? So, it's super tough. The offense is supposed to be good. You'd assume he's the wide receiver one in said offense. But playing him coming off the bagel would take some stones that I don't know if I have. I can go and see what the projections are on Underdog. Right now you have Sutton higher, lower, 42.5 total yards. You have Bucky higher, lower, 32.5 rushing yards. Obviously, full PBR format, you're going to get more receptions going in the direction of Sutton, presumably. So, I don't know. But, of course, if you wanted to check out any of these picks over on Underdog Fantasy, you can find that link in the live chat, in the description, in the comment section. I would say now is probably the best time to hop on Underdog, specifically because not only are you getting the free usual offer that they have, which is the free pick, Dak Prescott, more than less than half a total yard when you sign up with code FLOCK. Not only are you getting the usual 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000 on top of that, but they're actually running a bunch of other promos on top of all these, which is freaking nuts. Right now, you have the free Malik Neighbors pick. More than less than half a total yard if you use code FLOCK on Underdog. And this is there regardless of if you use code FLOCK today, tomorrow, 3 years ago, 2 years ago. It is there for you right now. Also, you are going to be getting hooked up with the discounts as well for guys like Josh Allen as well as Patrick Mahomes, where you have higher 199 in-app passing yards for Allen, higher 203 in-app passing yards for Mahomes. If you're looking at what you wanted to pair up any of these free picks with, my favorite would be Brian Thomas to score a touchdown where you get the multiplier. So for an example, if you were to go Brian Thomas and Malik Neighbors, do Brian Thomas have a touchdown, Malik Neighbors have a yard, and you were to go $10, that would win over 40. And also if you use code FLOCK on Underdog, you're actually going to be getting a free team review in the live stream that we're doing every single day as well. So make sure you take advantage of that. And just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address. You can find that link in the live chat. And of course, you can also find a link in the live chat if you want to get any guaranteed answers on this live stream. You can go over to flockfantasy.com, send in a super message, send in a start sit question, send in a trade question, or get a full-blown team review. But again, if you wanted that team review, I would definitely recommend taking advantage of the offer that we have on Underdog Fantasy, just because it's going to be a much cheaper way to get that. Now, let's move this over to what we have with our next questions on the sites. This next one's going to be coming out from Fat Walrus. Funny name. Says, no home run flex options this week. So we just need high floor. We're going to go Taylor here at running back relatively easily. I think you could see, we're going to go with Malik Neighbors at wide receiver. I mean, if you're looking at Neighbors, this is a receiver in which he's in a garbage offense. It does cap a ceiling where he's not going to be Jefferson. He's not going to be Chase. That's why we were saying earlier in the year when he was leading the NFL in fantasy points, hey, pivot to Jefferson, pivot to Chase, pivot to St. Brown, pivot to Lamb. Go get one of those receivers in the good offenses. But I still think he's a must-start option every single week. He's still a wide receiver one. I mean, the man was leading the NFL in targets before his injury, so I think you have to go ahead. You have to take him. Now, Sleepy FF coming out with a start-sit question. Here are the best options to get in from the bench. We have no Jameson. We have no Metcalf. So really the questions come down to, do we start Cade Otton or Laporta? I'm definitely going to go Otton over Laporta. If you want to get anybody on the bench, it'd be Tracy into this lineup. There's no way I can start Tracy over any of those running backs. Obviously, Jordan Love looks to be in a must-start spot in a really good matchup here, so I think we leave that as is, to be honest. I'm going over to what we have with this start-sit question from Johnny. Here, quarterback, we are going to go ahead. We are going to take Tua now that he is fully back in a plus matchup against the Cardinals. And then also we're going to double down on this Miami offense, and we are going to go with Jalen Waddle. Sportsbooks currently have the Dolphins as the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as the 6th highest scoring offense in the NFL this week, only behind what you have with the Niners, Broncos, Packers, Ravens, and Lions. I think you can start your Dolphins with confidence. Now, Mother Flocka coming out, always happy to see you. Here, we need a flex spot. Best flex would be Bigsby in most situations in which you have no ETN. I think you can kind of make an argument here for Zay Flowers, but honestly, I think that you are in a situation where I probably wouldn't start Flowers over Bigsby, knowing that, I don't know, you're in an offense that wants to run the ball in a game which you probably can run the ball. So I think we go Bigsby. You get the guaranteed carries. You don't have the receiving usage, which is a little bit frustrating. But still, at the same time, of course, we had Bigsby absolutely crushed last week with no receiving usage. We're going to go Hunter Henry over Taysom here with this question for PK, where if you are looking at Hunter Henry, this is a tight end in which I mean, at least you have the back-to-back strong performances from May. Even if he comes back down to earth just a bit, should be fine. Taysom, we just have absolutely no idea what to expect. I mean, if you told me Taysom was playing quarterback here, obviously we go Taysom. Now, going over to this starts it. We are going to be Ridley versus Kirk is pretty damn close. This is for G. Karate, and you have now no Mason Rudolph. So you have no Will Levis. Mason Rudolph is the starter here in Tennessee. You have Ridley higher, lower, 45 and at receiving yards. If we're looking at Kirk is higher, lower, 41 and a half. Honestly, I probably have Kirk too high in our rankings this week. I mean, it is a spot in which Brian Thomas Jr. has just absolutely taken over as the alpha. It's like I look at this and go, okay, well, both offenses, neither are going to be great. I just have no interest in starting Kirk. Like, I think I would start Ridley over him. Because at least with Ridley, you are the alpha wide receiver one, and you are going to be seeing the targets here. So let's go Ridley over Kirk post DeAndre Hopkins trade. I would rather have Levis starting, though. Average Joe coming out says, didn't start Puka, starting Komet over Laporta. I'm doing the same exact thing in my league. Actually, can y'all please help me out in the live chat? Not only help myself out, but Average Joe, because this is the big decision that I have to make in the Flock League this week, is I need to go through and figure out if I'm going to be starting either Cole Komet or Sam Laporta. So could you please spam the chat? Are you going with Komet or Laporta? Who would you rather start? Please spam the chat and let me know. We got Laporta, Komet, Laporta, Komet, 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 Komet. Laporta, Komet, Komet, Komet. Komet, 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 Komet. Laporta, Komet, Laporta, Komet, Laporta, Laporta, Komet, Laporta, Laporta, Komet, Komet. It is tough. I mean, the bonus that you have with Laporta, of course, is this does project to be the highest scoring offense in the NFL this week. So I wouldn't fault you at all for deciding to go through and playing Laporta just to get a piece of this Lions offense, but Laporta's just been so damn bad. Running back, we're going to go ahead. We're going to play Walker and Swift. Swift will have more receiving usage than what we get with Bigsby. Wide receiver, Chase, obviously must start name. And then for the flex, I think we are going to go Jaden Reed under the assumption this is a full PPR format over Tank Bigsby, or Bigsby's just going to have nothing as a receiver. Now, clever FB coming out here at wide receiver. We are going to go ahead and we are going to be able to start Ricky Pearsall over Calvin Ridley. F it, I'm willing to do it. I mean, here, if you're looking at what you get with Pearsall, Debo should be playing, which obviously isn't great for him. Now, at the same time, you have no Jennings, you have no Ayuk, so he still looks like he's probably an every week starter. Sorry, almost an every down player. Going down to the flex spot, I think you play Tony Pollard. Garbage offense, garbage matchup, but with no Spears, he's just going to have absolutely everything. And he's going to have the receiving usage as well. It gives him a nice floor. Now, Mother Flocka coming out here at running back. We're going to go ahead. We're going to take Chuba Hubbard. Wide receiver, we're going to be taking probably Pittman over Pearsall. And then down in the flex, I think we're going to go with Jalen. Actually, no, we're going to go Alexander Madison. Again, like with Pearsall and Sticky Ricky, I'm very excited about them. I just don't know if it's a situation in which you need to start them their first week back. Like if I was desperate, I definitely think you can start Pearsall. I definitely think you can start McMillan. But it can't hurt to wait and get the guarantee and get the confirmation with what their roles are before you jam them in. Now, Ben Minecraft coming out. Here at the flex spot, we are going to go ahead and we are going to be taking, I guess, honestly, DeAndre Hopkins now. If you would have asked me this last night or really even before any point before we read what Ian Rappaport said about Hopkins playing a considerable amount of snaps, I think we would have gone with one of the gross running backs with either Rico Dowdle or Tyrone Tracy. But I think you can go with Hopkins now that we know what the role's a little safer. Now, Banaki Bombo says, hey, Mason, who to flex between Flowers, Harrison, or Bucky? I'm going to go ahead. I will flex Harrison over Flowers. I mean, both receivers have very much been up and down so far this season. At least Harrison is healthy, while at the same time, if you are looking at Flowers, you're in an environment in which we would assume that they are probably just going to be running the ball over and over and over again. So I don't know. I know a lot of people would want to go with Flowers. Harrison's been horrible. The usage hasn't looked good. It's up to you. It's up to you. Definitely don't play Bucky. There's no reason to play Bucky. Now, Motherflocky coming out with another question here at wide receiver. I probably go ahead and play Hopkins now that you have no Higgins. And at the same time, like we said, I wouldn't have said this earlier this morning or last night, but Ian Rappaport comes out early this AM and says that Hopkins going to play a significant amount of snaps. So let's go with it. Now, official Rob coming out says less target competition, question mark. Thanks, Mason. Thank you. Between Reed, Waddle, Higgins. Reed and Waddle are very, very close. If you look at my rankings, I do think it's kind of up to you. So I do agree that Waddle has less target competition here. If you're looking at Jaden Reed, his projections are much higher than what you're going to have with Waddle. However, I think Waddle gives you the floor. Reed gives you the ceiling. So if I'm looking at this team, you don't really need to go with Reed if you wanted the floor play of Waddle. Because I do think you have more targets going in his direction. But also at the same time, I mean, obviously, Jaden Reed is in one of the best offenses in the league, right? And he is the wide receiver one in said offense. Let's go ahead and let's refresh this, see if we have any more questions coming in. We do. Average Joe coming out says, we need a quarterback, 2 running backs, 2 receivers, and a flex. Happy BR, no quarterback in the flex spot. So we are going to go ahead. We are going to take Daniels over Kyler Murray. Like we said, the report came out earlier this morning saying that Daniels is trending towards playing. Sportsbooks have updated their lines where it does seem like Daniels is going to be good to go. Going over to what we have at running back, I think you play both Kenneth Walker as well as Kareem Hunt kind of as absolute locks. Obviously, Hunt with a great matchup. And then wide receiver, we're going to be going with A.J. Brown, Drake London. And you said no quarterback in the flex. So, yeah, you just play all 3 wide receivers here. Or, I mean, I think Tank Bigsby is very exciting post Travis Etienne news. But still at the same time, it will be very disappointing. It will be sad to play him, right? I mean, it'll be sad to bench him, but I don't see how we could possibly play him over somebody like Drake London. Now, Joe Stromer says 10-team PBR flex, Sutton, Rome, Shepard, or Palmer. Thanks. Thank you. I would rather not flex Rome. I don't know if you can get away from it. If I was going to pivot over to somebody else, it would be Sutton. Not playing Palmer. It's either Rome or Sutton. Can y'all please spam the chat? Who would you rather play this week? Would you rather be going with Rome or Sutton? Rome or Sutton? We got Rome, Sutton. Rome, Sutton. I think I would rather have, for me personally, I think I'd probably rather have Rome rest of season and Sutton this week in particular in a good matchup. But I actually just saw something here, which I'm very interested in. Let me go ahead and pull this. I saw Underdog dropped a new discount token where you can apply a discount to any player in the lobby. Have y'all seen that? Apparently it's something new that Underdog just dropped. Where can I see it? Can y'all let me know in your Underdog app, do you have the that discount? Nork says it was tweeted on Underdog. Yeah, and that's why I'm looking for it right now. Is what I see for my promos, because obviously if they have that discounted token, I definitely want to take advantage of it. Drewski says, yeah, it's the present thing. I don't see a present thing on my app. Here's what I see on the site. I see that we have the, obviously the NBA discounts, the NFL discounts. You have the Malik Neighbors free pick from code FLOCK. You have the 20% NBA profit boost token. And then you have the discounts between Allen and Mahomes. That's what I'm seeing. Maybe I'm missing something here. Stiz says he has it in the lobby pick up. If you're on Underdog, I would obviously, one, if you're not already on Underdog, go use code FLOCK. Make sure you're taking advantage, at least at the very minimum, of the free Malik Neighbors pick, more than less than half a total yard. Plus, you'll get the free Dak Prescott pick, more than less than half a total yard on top of it. If you're new with code FLOCK, and you'll get the 50% deposit bonus, and you'll get a free team review in the live stream that we're doing every single day. So make sure you go through and use promo code FLOCK on Underdog. You can find that link in the live chat. My favorite pick I'm pairing right now would be Brian Thomas score a touchdown, Malik Neighbors to have a yard, which is that free FLOCK pick. And that would be $10 to win a little over 40. But anyway, let's move that back over. I'm sorry. I just thought that we were going to get that additional new discount token, which I was looking at. But Rish Iviswant Nathan, something like that, coming out. Really appreciate you, my friend. Here, I think it's going to be easy to start. Actually, never mind. You have a monster squad. At least at running back. Wide receiver will be a little easier. If you started Cup, obviously we go chasing Cup. If not, you go with Chase and Amari. I'm assuming you played Cup. Tight end, we're going to go Ferguson. And then down in the flex, I think you go ahead and you play James Conner. But again, if you didn't play Cup, you just slide Amari Cooper into that Cup slot relatively easily. But yeah, you have the 3-down running backs. When you have the 3-down running backs, you play them. Now moving this over for Biz Smooth Mela. Coming out here at running back, we are looking at Kamara versus Brian Robinson. You go with Kamara even with no Carr. Wide receiver, we're going to go with Amari. And then we are going to go Brian Robinson in the flex spot. It is a very close situation in terms of Ian Rappaport just tweeted out too that Daniels has a good shot to play this week. I think Daniels plays. But yeah, I think you go with Brian Robinson over DJ Moore, where obviously DJ Moore has all the target competition. Now, Carlitos Way says, PBR having trouble chasing 3 running backs to start. Running back, we're going to go with Gibbs, Bijan here relatively easily. I think Javonte is the next best RB, but can we get him in here at wide receiver? We're going to go with the combo of Lockett, Thomas, and A.J. Brown with no Metcalf. Tight end, we're going to go McBride easily. I think it's kind of easy. I mean, obviously, Montgomery, crap. I think you go Montgomery. I think sadly you have to play Gibbs, Bijan, Montgomery, and sit Javonte. I think Javonte absolutely crushes this week. I would love to get Javonte in, but honestly, I just don't necessarily know if you're in a situation in which you can. Now, Isaiah coming out says, Lad, Warren, or Bucky in the flex in a full PPR format. I think we go Lad. I don't see how you can start either Bucky or Warren outside of an injury in one of their backfields. Now, Ryrod coming out here at running back. We're going to be looking at the combo of Gibbs as well as Kareem Hunt as absolute must-start names. A wide receiver, you're going to go ahead. You're going to be playing Jalen Waddle and DeAndre Hopkins over Dobbs. And now that we have word from Rappaport that Hopkins will play a considerable amount of snaps. And then down there in the flex with no Travis Etienne officially inactive, we will go with Bigsby over the receivers and over a running back like Najee. Najee and Bigsby are very close, though. They are ranked back-to-back for me. Now, Noli coming out with our next question. We're going to go Gibbs and Bigsby very easily at running back. Wide receiver, we're going to go with Reed, and I'm assuming we played Cup, obviously. And then we're going to be going with A.J. Brown, and then down in the last flex spot, DJ Moore. If you didn't play Cup, the best other option on this bench would be Jalen McMillan. And we are going to be going with Dalton Kincaid over Tucker Kraft. And, oh, okay, this is interesting. So Norick says the additional, so obviously these underdog picks are available for anybody who's used code FLOCK, these discounts. You only get to choose one of the discounts between the Allen Mahomes, but you also get the Neighbors one for free. But the discount tokens, which are additional discounts, are available to you if you're on iOS, so it'd only be on your iPhone. Now, moving this over to our next question, coming out from AZ Card, says, should I start Baker or Purdy? I think I would go ahead and I would start Purdy myself. You have Debo good to go. You have Kittle good to go. Baker, your top two options are the combo Sterling Shepard and Jalen McMillan, which obviously is just way less exciting. Now, Cal Godin says, out of these four receivers, do we pick up Yoshi Vosh now? I would go ahead and I would actually just play Tyler Lockett instead. No. I mean, Lockett looks like he is just an absolute lock here, considering the fact that you are in a spot in which you have no Metcalf, an environment in which Seattle probably has to go through, and they probably have to throw the ball with aggression. I'm looking at what we have elsewhere with this. Quarterback, I would go Caleb over Tua. Tight end, I would go with Auden over Henry if we needed to pick one. Now, Des coming out with a start-sit question. Here at running back, we're going to have David Montgomery. Wide receiver, we are going to have Harrison as well as... This is where things get tough. Harrison's the easy play. After that, we have no Jennings. We have no Evans. We have no Collins. I think we either go Shakir or Tolberts. Tight end, we go Cade Otton. We're going to play both the running backs in the flex spots, which obviously I'm not super excited about playing Dowdle, knowing that you may have some usage from Dalvin this week. DK Jones says Higgins is out. We need a new flex, Andrews or Kraft at tight end. I'm going to go Kraft over Andrews. I think Andrews, you see some touchdown regression here. And then we're going to go Chase Brown very easily at the flex. I mean, if you're looking at Chase Brown starting running back in a great offense. T. Lewis says, keep Olave plus Shakir my flex or one or the other. Okay. Chase Brown's the best option that you have out of these guys. If not Chase Brown, I mean, I would rather actually go through and I would start Olave over Shakir. I'm not super excited about what you have with Shakir now that you have Keon Coleman expanding his role a bit, while at the same time I don't know. Realistically speaking, in my mind, you're the third option, maybe even the fourth option behind Kincaid. I know that's aggressive to say, but still. A Monsini coming out with a massive dono. Thank you. I really appreciate you. Let me hook you up with a free start sit question. That way, the next time you send one in, it is free. It says pretty thin at wide out other than Godwin last week. I mean, Godwin out last week, T out this week. Who should we be going with? I would go with Ricky Pearsall over to Mario Douglas. You have no Jennings, you have no IU, and you just have an offense that projects out. I believe with an applied team total, almost 9 points ahead of the New England Patriots. So, I mean, you have New England rotating receivers at this point. So, I don't know. I think I would prefer Pearsall. Obviously, it's a lot more exciting if you have no Debo, but Debo is going to play. Now, Flea Nice says, happy BR. We need a tight end between Pitts, Otten, and Kraft. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Cade Otten. I think you could consider Kyle Pitts here if you wanted. But, I mean, right now when you have no Evans, when you have no Godwin, and it still should be a pretty damn good passing offense considering the fact that you are sitting here with Baker under center, I think that we should be excited about what you have with Cade Otten. I think Otten's like a great play this week. And great play for pretty much the next month, too, because you're not no Evans for a while. I'm going over to our next question from Shaw. Says, help me out at wide receiver and a flex. Thanks. Thank you. A quarterback, I'm going to go with Stroud over Baker, given all the injuries that we have in Tampa. For the flex spot, I think that really the conversation that you could have is McMillan versus Ridley, Pearsall. Obviously, we have no Nico. We have no Jameson. I don't think anybody else is that interesting here. For me, I think Ridley gives you the higher floor. Going over and looking at the underdog projections, what do they have with Ricky Pearsall? They have Ricky Pearsall higher, lower, 9.85 fantasy points. I would love if he goes higher than that. That'd be phenomenal. I think actually, I would probably take the lower though. That does seem aggressive in a happy PR format. Looking at McMillan, higher, lower, 38.5 receiving yards. Whereas with Calvin Ridley, you're up at 45.5. I think Ridley gives you the higher floor. I think McMillan gives you the higher ceiling. I'd way rather have McMillan rest of season, but I do think that you're in a situation in which you could potentially get there with the raw volume this week for Ridley, where we know that is going to be coming, but still a tough spot. Now, Crispy coming out with our next question. Says, love the content, Mason. Appreciate you. Go Birds. Appreciate you, my friend. Thank you so much. I'm here. Running back Taylor, obviously must start name alongside Henry. This is a monstrous team. We're going to go with Achane as well. The DK Metcalf injury literally does not impact us at all. So what could you possibly do with this? Seems so strong. I think you need to go sell Bigsby in a 2-for-1 package if you can go get, but where would you even get an upgrade? Maybe to an elite wide receiver 1 from Garrett Wilson. Now, Andrew B says, flex help. Najee, McMillan, Moss, Pearsall. Wide receiver, we have Judy, Cook. We need to win this week. Okay. I think you're going to go ahead. You'll play Najee in the flex spot. I mean, it is an environment in which you probably expect that I don't know. We are getting the Steelers with the ability to run the ball in the second half. Like I've said time and time again, I'm really rooting for McMillan. I'm rooting for Ricky Pearsall. Pearsall, from a dollar spend perspective, was my most invested into wide receiver on Underdog this year. Costa like wide receiver 70. There's nobody I'm rooting for more. I mean, I am set. Our late round guys with Bigsby and Pearsall, we are set to win a crazy amount of Underdog right now. We are already absolutely crushing it. Like, this year may end up being better than our Underdog 2 years ago. I'm telling you right now, there's nobody I'm rooting for more than Ricky Pearsall. But at the same time, to go through and jam them in right this second before we see what the workload looks like at all, I think it would be very aggressive if you just have a running back like Najee Harris with the guaranteed opportunities. I think you can just afford to wait a week with Pearsall if you have him. Fleet Nice says, best three: Yoshi Vosh, Chuba, Mostert, Keenan Allen, Chase Brown, Sticky Ricky. For sure, we're going to go Chuba and Chase Brown here. Really, we're choosing between Yoshi Vosh, Mostert, Keenan, and Sticky Ricky. I'm here. I think you can go with Ricky Pearsall if you were interested. Because the thing is, none of these other options are guarantees, right? I mean, maybe you get the touchdown with Pearsall, maybe you get the touchdown with Keenan, maybe you get the touchdown with Yoshi Vosh, but you just don't know. So yeah, let's go ahead and I don't know. AD Pruitt says 2-5, fail risk on Addison, Kraft, Laporta, Brian Thomas Jr., George Pickens. I go Laporta over Kraft, but they're literally effectively back to back. And then I'm going to go Brian Thomas Jr. here. I think Chuba Hubbard's an interesting play as well, just given the guaranteed opportunity that you have. But with that being said, I mean, Brian Thomas Jr. printing 20-point weeks. Brooks coming out with a massive donut says Waddle or McLaurin. I'm going to go ahead. I will take Jalen Waddle. I mean, I just think you have no concerns here with what we are going to see in the Miami offense, where right now you have I don't know. You have Daniels trending towards playing, but you are dealing with the rib. There's a chance that he is a little bit limited here. It's a tough matchup as well going up against Chicago, whereas you get a better matchup with the Miami guys. What's the updated spread on this Washington game? 2 points? Actually, no, that was the opening spread. Now Washington's actually favored in this game by a point. So now that Washington's favored by a point here, I mean, expectation is Daniels plays. Now, Blake coming out with the start set. Here, tight end, you're definitely going to go out. You're going to take in Njoku, and Njoku looks like a must-start guy every single week going into the future. Flex spots, you go Jonathan Taylor, James Cook. Super easy, great team, but, I mean, when you have these three-down bell cow backs, there's just absolutely nothing to think about. You just automatically jam them in. Now, Dalen coming out with our next question. Here at quarterback, we are going to be rolling out there Dak Prescott. Obviously, don't love it. We are starting Ferguson, though, so we already kind of pot committed to this offense. And I guess we go Chase Brown. Maybe you're intending to ask what running back we go with between Chase Brown and Najee Harris. I would go with Brown over Najee if that's what you intended to ask. And a full PPR format where I think that Brown's in the better offense. 44 MSU coming out with our next question. Here, I think I would still go Chase Brown. No Higgins. I'd probably go Harrison. I think Hopkins is a lot more appealing now that you're in a situation in which you get the report from Ian Rappaport saying that Hopkins is going to be playing a significant amount of snaps. But still, with that being said, I think it does put you in a little bit of an awkward spot and to just start him immediately. I think you could be a little bit patient. I'm definitely more excited about starting Hopkins this week. Like if I was looking at Hopkins versus somebody like Romeo Dobbs, I go Hopkins now. But in terms of Harrison, where you're getting every single snap, every single route, and the majority of targets in your offense, I think we just go with the guy, what we know. Now, LJ Baller coming out says, tune in almost day. Thank you so much, my friend. Here at quarterback, we are going to go ahead. We're going to take Daniels, assuming that he is good to go. Obviously, Caleb's in the same game, so if Daniels is inactive, it's easy to pivot to Caleb. No worries. Wide receiver, you're going to go ahead. You're going to be playing Amari Cooper, expanding him to play expecting him to expand his role and play more snaps, run more routes, see more targets. And we'll go with DJ Moore over there in the flex spot where you don't have to worry about the disappointing games that we've had from Harrison. Now, CJ V coming out with a start set here. Running back, obviously, Taylor. Wide receiver, I'm assuming maybe you're intending to ask like, oh, we need 2 running backs, 2 receivers, and a flex. If that's the scenario, then we're going to go with Jonathan Taylor, James Conner at running back. Wide receiver, we're going to go with Devontae Adams, Brian Thomas, and then we'll flex DJ Moore. So if you needed to like bench one guy here, I think that the guy you would end up benching would be specifically Tank Bigsby. I mean, I'm excited about Bigsby. Nobody I'm rooting for more this week other than maybe Ricky Pearsall. But at the same time, with that being said, you're in a situation in which you're just not going to have anything as a receiver. Now, Papa coming out says, injuries messed me up. Need flex help. Should we throw a tight end into, and also tight end. We're going to go ahead. We're going to throw Kincaid into the tight end spot, not splot. I would go Pearsall over Kraft. I'm not going to be flexing a tight end here. I think here it's a good example of like a team that you can go through and you can roll the dice on these rookies stepping into presumably decent roles in good offenses before we even see it. Obviously, it's by no means a guarantee with what we're going to get from these rookie receivers. But if our other options are like Tutu Atwell, Keon Coleman, and Kraft, I think you go with it. We have 4 more questions on the site, so let me get through these questions, and then we can go through and answer some more questions in the live chat. We're going to go Kelsey over Pickens relatively easily, to be honest with you. Jeremiah coming out with our next one. Jaden Reed, Amari, or James Conner for the flex. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take the 3-down running back almost every single time. We're going to go with Conner. I mean, you do get the 5 targets this past, not the 5 targets this past week, 5 targets a couple weeks back. Get the long reception this past week. Now, I do want to be fair and say I'm not necessarily expecting that you have maybe a phenomenal receiving role with Conner every single week, but I think it's a decent offense and a decent game environment and a 3-down workload. BVT coming out with a massive dono. Really appreciate you. Let me hook you up with a free start sit question. That way next time you send one in, it is free. So they already started cut, but I have another super flex that didn't link. Keenan and McConkey in the waiver wire and May on the bench. Need your help. Love the videos. Really appreciate you. If we already started Cup, I'm assuming that we put Cup in here at a receiver slot, right? It doesn't remotely matter. Let's just go ahead and throw Cup in. So effectively what we're looking to do is we're looking to figure out what we are going to be doing in the super flex between Drake May, Chase Brown, Tony Pollard. We have no Higgins. We have no Godwin. I think you go ahead and you play Drake May in the super flex slot. And then also you have great options on the waiver wire if Ladd McConkey's there. What I would personally look to do is I would actually, I hate to say it, I think I would drop Jalen McMillan for Ladd McConkey. I think both wide receivers are the wide receiver ones in their offense going into the future. We kind of already seen it with Ladd. McMillan's more so just a projection. But I think Ladd was the better prospect. So I think you go with Drake May in your super flex spot. I think you go ahead and you probably drop McMillan and you pick up Ladd. Now, Mancini coming out says, start one for the flex. Thank you. Have a great Sunday. Thank you so much. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to be taking Chuba Hubbard. I mean, I think Demario Douglas, not in consideration. It's really between one of the running backs. You can go back and forth between Chuba and Chase Brown. You get the guaranteed opportunity with Chuba Hubbard. You get the much better offense with Chase Brown. So I think, honestly, you can go back and forth, and it is kind of up to you there. You know what? F it. I'm going to go with Chase Brown. What are the underdog pick'ems like on that? Anything but Douglas. Go with either one of the running backs. Chase Brown, currently, you're at higher, lower, 72.5 total yards. But again, you're more likely to score the touchdown than what you're going to be with Hubbard. Hubbard, you're higher, lower, 80.5 total yards, but you're less likely to score the touchdown based off the offense that you're playing in. So, yeah, like the projections line up with exactly what we'd be looking at as well. But, of course, if y'all wanted to check out any of these underdog pick'ems, I would say today's probably the best day to do so. Because if you sign up with code FLOCK, you're going to be getting both the free Dak Prescott pick, more than less than half a total yard, for the game tonight, plus a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. And on top of that, you're going to be getting a free Malik Neighbors pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game on Monday night. This is if you use code FLOCK, whether today, tomorrow, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, as long as you use code FLOCK, you're going to have the free Malik Neighbors pick. And if you wanted to pair something up with that, I'd be looking at the Brian Thomas Jr. selection, where if you go and put $10 on it, you are going to get 40. So I'd highly recommend taking advantage of that if you have not done so already. And you'll get a free team review in the live stream that we're doing every single day. You can find that link in the description, as well as the live chat that says free Dak Prescott pick. But let's move this over and let's answer some questions in the live chat. So if you have any questions, please go to the chat, drop as many as you got. And also, if you have not done so already, please hit that like button. I mean, we are live streaming every single day, trying to get to as many questions as we possibly can. But looking at this, we have Gian says full BBR, Chase Brown or Tank Bigsby. I would probably prefer Chase Brown in a full PPR format. What do they have Tank at right now? If you're looking at Bigsby, obviously the rushing production is very safe. But yeah, I mean, looking at this, he's higher or lower 3.5 yards for his longest reception. So Bigsby, you just have absolutely no idea what the receiving role is going to be. And we know what the receiving role is going to be. Why do I say that? We know the receiving role is going to be bad. So I don't want to. Chase Brown also starting running back in a better offense with the receiving role. I think you roll with it. Finn says full BBR, Chuba, Hopkins, or Chubb. I'm going to go with Chuba. I mean, if we're comparing Chuba and Chubb, like Chuba is also in a garbage offense, just like Chubb. Difference between the two is Chuba's going to have a receiving role. Chuba's going to have every touch out of his backfield. Chubb's presumably going to split the backfields. We already looked at Chuba. Chuba was higher, lower, 80.5 total yards. Nick Chubb's higher, lower, 61.5 total yards. And Underdog has Chuba more likely to score the touchdown as well. Hazik says, do I trade Jamar for Kamara and Evans where we're 7-0? If you're 7-0, I wouldn't fault you for doing this. I think it kind of comes down to what you have specifically with your league settings. Where if it's a deeper format where you can start, say, 4 receivers weekly, then there at that point, yeah, you probably go ahead and you probably take Kamara as well as Evans. But if it was like a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, 10 team format where really the only thing that matters is upside, 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 then they are probably less excited about it, to be honest. Now, moving over to our next question. This one coming out from Kate Gag says JSN or Devonta Smith. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Smith. Obviously, JSN, you get the bump having no DK Metcalf. I think you actually get a little bit of a bump here with Devonta Smith as well with no Dallas Goedert. And it should be a very high-scoring game environment too, where, I mean, with Smith, I know last week it was very disappointing, but it was primarily because you had 45 rushing attempts for this Eagles offense. That's not going to be the situation most weeks. Most weeks we should expect, especially this week, that the Eagles are forced to throw the ball a little bit more. Brian Thomas Jr., Javonte Williams, I think both are phenomenal plays. I think you probably get the ceiling with Thomas. You get the floor with Javonte. But obviously, if you are looking at Javonte Williams here, I mean, this is a running back in which you're like a 9.5, 10-point favorite in a game environment where we expect them to run the ball over and over and over again against the Panthers in the second half. Durant says, are we sure about that? Most weeks Saquon won't be running. Let's go through, and this is the best thing about YouTube. And then I get to hear this in the comment section, and I get to hear people putting quotes in and something I said that I didn't say 2 weeks later. I say I don't think the Philadelphia Eagles will be running the ball 45 times a game most weeks. Somebody in the live chat goes, are you sure about that? Most weeks Saquon won't be running at all? There's a difference between they won't be running the ball 45 times a game, big fella, and Saquon won't be running. Of course, Saquon Barkley is going to be running the football. Are we going to get 45 rushing attempts in Philly most weeks going in the future? Like, I'm sorry I'm being an ass, but it's getting to me. Reading every comment section, paraphrasing what I said and turning it into something that I didn't. Now, A1 coming out to start Kelsey or Evan Ingram. I would go Kelsey. I mean, if you look at sportsbooks right now, you are getting a projection for a bounce back here with this Chiefs offense. Kelsey's had the target volume, or he's had okay target volume this season. Obviously, the issue is he hasn't scored a touchdown. And obviously, touchdowns are going to be one of the more volatile statistics that you have in fantasy football. I think you get some positive touchdown regression coming soon. Christian says Brian Thomas or Tank Bigsby. I'm pretty easily going to go ahead and I'm going to take Brian Thomas here. I mean, if I'm looking at Thomas, if it's a non-PBR format, then maybe you consider pivoting over to Bigsby. But I mean, in a full PBR league with Brian Thomas Jr., you are looking at a receiver that has cemented himself as an alpha, deep play threat. I mean, you only have 20 pass attempts from Lawrence last week, and at the same time, you actually have Brian Thomas Jr. getting there. So in a game environment where they probably have to throw the ball a little bit more in the second half, I think you're excited about Thomas. Like Najee or Brian Thomas Jr., I for sure go Brian Thomas Jr. For sure. Now, Ivor says Flowers or Hopkins. I think we're going to go ahead and we are going to be taking Flowers over Hopkins. It's close. I think Hopkins is definitely a more appealing play now that Ian Rappaport's saying that he will be playing a considerable amount of snaps in this offense. I think it is kind of up to you there. And again, I'm sorry for being an ass earlier. One thing is, it's almost noon. Your boy slept 4 hours last night because obviously we streamed very late. And at the same time, I mean, I am freaking starving. I cannot emphasize enough how excited I am for as soon as this stream ends to get some food. It will be glorious, and I couldn't be more excited. Okay, let's move this over. Jordan says, hey, Mason, traded Rashad White and Jaden Reed for Chris Olave and James Conner. White to Conner upgrade. Reed to Olave downgrade. Maybe if Carr comes back in, it's closer. I think it's a fair deal and up to you. But real quick, we have a special guest. I didn't want to spoil this until the very end of the stream. Drum roll, please. Who is it? Oh, it's Miley. Oh, my goodness. I've never seen... You haven't been on the stream before? You want to come up here? I know. Say, Mason, you need to eat, and I need to go outside. I need to go to the bathroom. I know. We're going to go on a walk soon, baby. I know. I'm sorry. Okay. I know. My good girl. Okay. Let's move this over, and let's see if we have any more questions coming through with the site real quick, and then obviously we can get back to some of the questions that we have in the live chats. Now, M. Diaz coming out with our next one. Here, don't know exactly what we're looking at. If we were looking at getting any players inside this starting lineup, more likely than not, it would be Darnell Mooney. But am I starting Darnell Mooney over Jefferson, Adams, Waddle? No. Algier's not an exciting start, but we have no exciting running backs down there. Yeah, I think you go with Algier over Ray Davis. And then quarterback, you can go Goff if you want. I mean, Goff right now, you have the highest implied team total of any team in the NFL. They probably run the ball, though. Smokey says 3 and 4, and we need to sit 1. I have no idea who you want to sit, my guy. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to get you a free start sit question. So just send me again with that free start sit question voucher that you have. This question filled out again with the players that you were looking at sitting. Unix coming out says, not sure what to do with my flex spot. Going through and looking at this, I would personally play either Pollard or Chase Brown. Pollard to get the guaranteed opportunities. Chase Brown to get the good upside. Or you can go with Terry McLaurin. Last thing you do is play Nick Chubb. You are not playing Nick Chubb in this matchup, in this offense with no receiving role. So it's up to you. If you wanted to go McLaurin, you go McLaurin. If you wanted to go Pollard, you go Pollard. If you want to go Brown, you go Brown. But do not play Chubb, please. Now, Junior Zapita coming out says, Olave or Bigsby for the flex? Oh, for sure you're going to go with Tank Bigsby. I think Olave is a much better rest of season option for when you get Derek Carr back in. But at the same time, it will be a very difficult spot. For now, when you're looking at, say, Spencer Rattler being your quarterback, whereas with Tank Bigsby, I mean, no Travis Etienne makes him pretty much just a must-start player. Now, moving this over to our next question, Mr. Filthy Wubbs coming out. Always happy to see, of course. We're going to go with Kamara over Chase Brown. And yeah, this is an insane team. Wide receiver, who could we possibly pivot to? Obviously, in the future, he'll probably be playing Puka over Waddle. But crazy, crazy team. Go Kamara this week over Brown, even with the bad offense. Nigo says, do I go Geno or Pat and Ladd or Hopkins? I'm going to be going with Mahomes over Geno now that we can hear that Hopkins can have a large role. And at the same time, Geno has no Metcalf. And I'm going to be going probably with Hopkins over Ladd. Again, what we got from Ian Rappaport was Hopkins going to be playing a lot this week. I didn't think that last night, but Ian Rappaport comes out and he says something. I'm willing to change my mind, of course. Now, Anthony coming out says, Debo or Devontae in a 12-team full PPR format. I think most weeks we are for sure going to be going ahead and we're going to be playing Debo Samuel here with no Brandon Ayuk. This week in particular, I think that it may be a little bit of a tougher call, just knowing that you're in a situation in which, I don't know, you have no Lazard, Debo Samuel dealing with pneumonia. So I think we go Adams this week, Debo most weeks going into the future. Looking at some other questions. Callie Kid says, what's up, Mason? Need no win this week. Always happy to see you, my friend. Here, looking at this at running back, Brees, easy play as well as Chase Brown, not as easy, but wide receiver, we go London and Lamb, assuming that we benched Puka. Tight end, we're going to be going ahead and we're going to be playing Evan Ingram. And then down there in the flex spot, I think that you can consider a couple different names. I think we're going to go ahead and we're going to play Brian Thomas Jr. though, but I think we're in a great spot. If you wanted to diversify out of the Jags offense, you could go with Ferguson over Evan Ingram. Honestly, I think I kind of go back and forth with these players. I guess, but then at that point, you're going all in on the Cowboys offense. So just really whatever offense you prefer there. Now, K-Bait coming out with a question says, Yoshi Vosh with no Higgins out or Jalen McMillan. I would probably prefer McMillan because we know that if you're looking at Yoshi Vosh, you're not wide receiver one in this offense. At best, you are going to be the second option here. And realistically speaking, McMillan does have a shot to be number one. Obviously, McMillan may be number two in Tampa, but I don't think the talent profile of these guys are that far off. See, I think we go with McMillan over Yoshi Vosh, but it's close. I think we got through all the questions on the site, so let me get to the questions that we have in the live chat real quick. And again, if y'all wanted to get a full-blown team review over there in the stream that we are doing every single day, or if you wanted to check out all the discounts Underdog is running right now, my favorite pair of picks will be the free Malik Neighbors pick that you get with code FLOCK and Brian Thomas Jr. score a touchdown with the 34x multiplier. That's $10 to win a little over 40. You can find that over on Underdog Fantasy. Underdog's available in pretty much every state. It's available in California. It's available in Florida. It's available in Texas. It's available in New York. If you use code FLOCK, you're going to be getting the additional free Malik Neighbors picks, more than less than half the total yard for tomorrow night's game. Plus, you're going to be getting a free Dak Prescott pick, more than less than half a total yard for tonight's game. Just make sure that you use code FLOCK. And if you wanted a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000, and if you wanted a free team review with that as well, after you use code FLOCK on Underdog, just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog account. That way we can go ahead and hook you up. But Teresa, happy to see you going with Kate Otten or Trey McBride. Super close. I think that Kate Otten obviously is very exciting post-injuries, but for me, I would just go ahead. I would take McBride still there. Moving this over, our next question will be Daniels or Purdy. If Daniels plays, we go Daniels in a 4-point passing touchdown format. Bigsby or Lockett. It's close in a full PPR league. I think you could potentially make an argument for Lockett. Myself, I think Bigsby gives you the higher floor with no ETN. Stevenson or Tank. If this is Bigsby, we are going to be going... Actually, we're going to go Tank regardless. Looking at what you have with Stevenson, just extremely difficult to get excited about putting him in the lineup when this is a running back that at the end of the day is kind of at best in a 3-man running back by committee. I don't know how we could be excited about it, to be honest. Bigsby or Kamara standard scoring. Now, this is where things get very interesting. You have Bigsby in a better off. Obviously, full BBR format. It's going to be Alvin Kamara, not even remotely close. Alvin Kamara runs laps around Bigsby. In a non-PPR league, I still probably go Kamara. It's relatively close. If you look at the underdog picks, you have higher, lower, 90.5 total yards for Kamara. Bigsby or higher, lower, 72.5. So, I don't know. Non-PPR format, it's embarrassingly close, but full PPR league, obviously go Kamara and you run. Now, Big Mike says Javonte or Tank Dell. For sure, please go ahead and take Javonte Williams. Javonte Williams absolutely must start running back this week against the Carolina Panthers. Right now, sportsbooks are projecting out the Broncos to be a top 5 scoring offense in the league. You have Javonte up at 84 total yards, higher, lower. I think that this is, right in line with what you're seeing with like Alvin Kamara in the Saints offense. Obviously, you call Kamara a must-start name. I think that Javonte is kind of a must-start name here as well, specifically this week with how good the matchup is. Now, Pistol Pete, happy to see us as Waddle or Pickens. I personally go ahead and take Waddle. Maybe I'm a little bit biased in this and that I have Waddle in the Flock League, so I'm really hoping Waddle comes through strong for us. But still, even with that being said, I have more faith in the Dolphins passing offense than I do in the Pittsburgh one. I feel like maybe people are going to be a little disappointed with the regression that you're going to get in the Steelers offense, where I know last week with Russ, they dropped 37 points and looked phenomenal. I don't know how excited. I just don't know. Yeah, Daniels is going to be playing. I'll pull up and see if we have any updated news that we have not already covered here. But I think Jaden Daniels is good to go. At least that's what sportsbooks are pricing in. DK Metcalf not going to play. George Kittle will play. Daniel Jones to start. Yeah, so here are the most up-to-date reports that we have at the moment. Kittle's going to play. Metcalf unlikely to go. Daniels will start. And I think that's about it. And then obviously we already discussed ETN being out and how that impacts Bigsby. Bigsby or Montgomery, you for sure go David Montgomery. David Montgomery, much better offense. Montgomery's an RB1 this week. And a great matchup going up against Tennessee, where this is the largest spread of any game in the entire NFL. And the Lions project out to have the highest total of any team in the NFL this week. For sure, you go Montgomery over Bigsby. Montgomery will have more usage as a receiver as well. Yes, Miley is an absolute must start. If you got her, you start her. Debo or Dobbins, the super exciting options on both ends. For me, I think you probably just go ahead and play it safe if you have Dobbins this week. Afterwards, I think you could go ahead and look to go with Debo Samuel. But with him having the pneumonia, with him having the wrist injury, I don't think it would hurt too bad to wait until post-bye. Well, let me see real quick. Do we have... We don't have any more questions on the site. So here's what I'm going to do. I actually want to take advantage of some of the discounts that we have right now on Underdog before they go away. Might as well do this on the stream because we're going to do it anyway. Between Allen to have more than 199.5 passing yards and Mahomes to have more than 203, I actually kind of like Allen straight up here over Mahomes. So for me, I'm going to be going with Allen to have 200 passing yards, Brian Thomas Jr. to have the receiving touchdown. Here, that would be 10 to win about 40. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to put that in. We need Allen for 200 passing yards, Brian Thomas Jr. to have the touchdown. Going through and looking at the other picks, we have Malik Neighbors still available to us, the more than less than half total yard. I'm going to be saving this one, however, for Monday nights. But obviously, if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to check out any of these picks, or if you wanted to tail us on the main thing is Brian Thomas Jr. to have a touchdown today in a game environment where you actually should have a considerable amount of passing volume for Lawrence, just because they have to throw it. You can find the link to Underdog Fantasy in the live chats. If you use promo code FLOCK, you're going to be getting that 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you're going to be getting the free Dak Prescott pick, more than less than half total yard as well for tonight's game. And you'll be getting a free Malik Neighbors pick, more than less than half total yard on top of that for the Monday night game, and a free team review in the live streams that we're doing every single day through flockfantasy.com. You should get the free picks immediately with code FLOCK. If you wanted the free team review with code FLOCK, just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog Fantasy account. That way I know who to hook up with that free team review voucher. But really appreciate y'all. Make sure you take advantage of that. Supports the channel a ton. Jordan says Javonte or Jordan Mason. I think both players are absolute must-start options. I would go with Jordan Mason, though, but it pains me to bench Javonte here. We got Achane or Mason in a full PBR format. I'm going to go Mason over Achane. This will be probably the last week that happens, though. You have the bye week next week, and then you may have CMC back in. Kyler or Bo Nix. I'm going to go Kyler, but it's kind of close with how good the matchup is for Nix this week. Tank Dell or Chase Brown. I'm for sure going to be going with Chase Brown. Starting running back in a great offense with a receiving role. I think it's an easy spot to start him. But ladies and gentlemen, hallelujah. We are here. Week 8 kickoff. Your boy is starving. Cannot wait to get lunch. Need to walk the dog. So I'm going to go walk the dog real quick. Hurry my butt back home. That way we can maybe hop on the bike and watch some of these games. But I'm really wishing y'all the best of luck. Obviously, we'll be posting the video tonight talking about everything that's happened in the games and the fantasy football implications from them. I really do appreciate you and really hope that I'm able to see you with the video tonight. I really hope that you have a great day and you're potentially able to win your matchup. And yeah, if not, just have a great day. If you can spend it with some friends, I would. And obviously, if I could watch some football, I would as well.